matters we need to handle before we start today?
Chairman Brawley, we had one pending procedural matter that commission staff suggested we bring to the chair's attention.
Yes, sir.
And that would be the public staff's motion for Dustin Metz to adopt and substitute in place of Jordan Nader on the Thermal Resources Panel. Mr. Nader will be leaving the public staff, and his last day of employment is likely to occur before the Thermal Resources Panel is being called. We filed the motion kind of as timely as we could. That was yesterday morning. We understand that no party objects. However, we'd welcome any party to make their position known on the motion.
Okay, are there any comments on the motion? All right, well, your motion is granted. I was also given a few notes that I think some of the folks wanted me to read into the record about Mr. Nader, that over the past several years, he's provided thoughtful analysis and expert testimony across a wide range of proceedings before this commission. His service has extended beyond North Carolina through his leadership roles with the consumer advocates of PJM states, the Independent State Agencies Committee, and the PJM Members Committee. His work on PJM matters has required a remarkable commitment of time and attention. Anyone in this room familiar with the PJM stakeholder process knows exactly what that means. He has earned the respect of the commission staff, and those who've had the opportunity to work with him. We thank Mr. Nader for his service to the people of North Carolina and wish him well. So let's continue with the proceedings. We have one open item that was left over from yesterday. I realize I'm being a little extra whatever. We had an exhibit that was identified but not admitted to the record.
Mr. Chairman, Peter Ledford on behalf of SIGFR. I would move SIGFR Cross Reliability and Operational Resilience Panel Direct Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Okay, it's admitted to the record, sir. All right, at this point, I believe, Mr. Somoleski, you were next up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your witnesses, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Justin Smolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. I'd like to thank the panel for preparing their testimony and sponsored application materials. I always learn a lot from this panel, whether it's this proceeding or the last. And I apologize in the advance because I'm going to be jumping around a bit, your various sponsored materials, to make sure I don't duplicate questions that have already been asked and answered. But to start, Mr. Holman, can you turn to page 9 of the panel's testimony, please? And you described here that the companies are required to provide reliable power system operations to their customers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days per year. And yes, you got into this a little bit yesterday with Counsel for Avangrid, but to me, that sounds like your job is not just about serving system peaks, it's trying to serve every hour of the year reliably, correct?
Yes, sir.
And with that said, the company's planning reserve margin is gauged, however, to meet winter morning peaks.
I think winter morning peaks factor heavily into the reserve margin, but the reserve margin is set by simulating 8,760 hours a year across a variety of weather scenarios, across a variety of operational scenarios. So we're looking at every hour of the year.
Okay, thank you. And so in looking at every hour of the year, then still, attachment 1 to your testimony, the solar and storage effective load carrying capability report, solar energy, whether it's standalone or paired with storage, does have a low ELCC value because that is measured on how it can help meet peak demand on winter mornings. Is that correct?
It's measured based on when the system is experiencing potential risks, and that is primarily winter mornings.
Okay, thank you. And even around the hours of winter morning, though, solar still can perform an essential role around those winter morning peak events. Is that correct?
And we do discuss this in our testimony, is that, solar fits into a balanced portfolio of resources, and we think the resources in the near-term action plan represent that. And, we see solar working with storage and with our dispatchable gas resources to, provide a holistic reliable dispatch of the system.
And it provides what Witness O'Connor is relating in the study process. It directly aligns with the way we operate the system. It's the solar resources allow us to get ready for the next peak, whether it's a double peak winter morning or as we look ahead to multiple days of cold weather. So it's another example of how the planning process aligns with the operation strategy. So you're planning to operate so you can operate to the plan.
Thank you. And on page 23 of the panel's direct testimony, the companies also acknowledged that there has been system peaks in 3 consecutive summer and winter seasons due to extended hot and cold weather events. Correct?
That is correct.
And solar energy, despite having its low ELCC value, still shows up and provides value during those summer months.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that value can be further enhanced when paired with battery energy storage systems, whether that's lithium ion or a pumped hydro system. Solar complements well.
I think, again, this gets back to the fact that, when I think about reliability for the system, it's a property of the system. It's not any individual resource paired with any other resource. But, solar and storage, along with our dispatchable resources, do have that reliable characteristic for the system.
Great, thank you. And just given your testimony and this information that you helped clarify on the record this morning, in terms of reliability, it is still within the public interest to procure solar energy annually, correct?
I would say that the public interest aspect of that is ultimately going to be discussed by the IRP panel and how they integrate reliability factors and cost factors into the expansion modeling and into the development of the plan.
Okay, thank you. I will bring that up with the IRP panel when they are here next week. As a quick pivot, these remaining questions I have are all going to focus on Appendix L that you sponsored. So if you could get that in front of you, please.
Would you repeat the exhibit he's looking for?
This is Duke Energy's Appendix L. It was part of their application materials.
There.
Thank you. In Appendix L, there's a lot of conversation about energy adequacy. Can you help clarify what the difference between resource adequacy and energy adequacy is?
Yeah, so resource adequacy is kind of broadly writ, the property of the system having the resources it needs to meet our reliability thresholds to operate reliably, and ultimately to meet NERC standards and the long run planning horizon. The energy adequacy specifically refers to the fact that you can have enough installed capacity on the system. Like you can add up all your installed megawatts, but it's the timing of when that energy is available that really matters. That has a timing element with solar and wind in terms of their weather variability and when they are present, when the weather allows them to generate. It has a timing element where are you able to generate and charge storage in advance of peak events so that you can shift that energy to time of need. So it's a change in the system planning paradigm where previously, and I think Witness Holman talked about this yesterday, where you used to only have to plan to your 2 peak hours a year. Now you have to plan to your 87, 60 hours a year because the timing of when that energy arrives and your ability to move it to when you need it matters significantly.
And if you look at some of the NERC reports that have come out in recent years, it talks about energy adequacy and focus on energy as opposed to capacity. And that requires you to look at the 24/7/365, the 8760 that Witness O'Connor is talking about. And I think the evidence of that is some of these events don't happen during the peaking seasons that we referenced in our testimony and in our material. And so you've got to be cognizant of that as you move forward to make sure that you're prepared to deliver for our customers and communities 24/7/365. That's actually our obligation to serve.
Thank you. And just to clarify, energy adequacy is not technology specific. All technologies can have energy adequacy issues in this new paradigm.
I think it's more correct to think about that all technologies contribute to energy adequacy. Again, that's a property of the system. It's not an individual technology's energy adequacy.
Thank you.
And I think capability is a key piece of that. We talked about that earlier. Technology is the technology, but as an operator, I'm somewhat agnostic to that. I'm more interested in what capabilities are brought to the table at any 1 hour in the year.
Great, thank you. And energy adequacy does not have a metric like ELCC attached to it. This is just looking at how the system operates annually through the year, and you're identifying this, or how do you measure energy adequacy?
I would say energy adequacy is a component of resource adequacy, and so it ultimately factors into the measurement of ELCC.
Great, thank you.
And as you transition to operating space, operating reserves become your measurement of energy adequacy. Do you have enough reserves to handle all the uncertainties that an operator may encounter in a given day? Is your toolbox prepared to operate in that particular environment?
Thank you. And my last question, if you could turn to page 6 of Appendix L. And
We're there.
thank you. I am not there yet. I'm sorry. Great. And towards the bottom of the page, it reads, because of these varied challenges, a balanced mix of resources prevents over-reliance on any single fuel source, with resource diversity directly supporting energy adequacy, and the reliability verification modeling step mentioned above helps stress test the core portfolios against energy adequacy risks, simulating the capability of the system to operate with a future resource mix and demand. Solar and wind are complementary to help minimize additional fuel security needs. Gas resources and the remaining coal fleet help backstop energy supply during periods when renewable output is low, and storage allows the companies to shift generating capability to periods of highest need. Did I get that correctly?
You did. And
Thank you.
I think our NTAP exemplifies those characteristics, is that you have various resource types and they all work together to provide that energy adequacy to the system.
Thank you. And my last question for the panel. In that paragraph I just read, it discussed over-reliance on any single fuel source. How would you define over-reliance on a single fuel source?
I think you can simulate some of that operationally. Do you put yourself in a higher risk state? And we assess that in the reliability verification. You understand how that 8760 risk profile evolves. And I think that's most applicable, say, to your renewables. For our gas resources, for example, the plan itself involves this initial step of assessment and reliability, sort of thinking in terms of ensuring that the gas resources that go into the plan have either, are associated with firm interstate transportation and to make sure that we can fuel them, associated with dual fuel backup to make sure that they can generate in times of stress to the gas system, or are supported by ELNG or liquefied natural gas storage infrastructure within the Carolinas to make sure that you have fuel security. And so, I think when we talk about making sure you're not overly reliant on any single, fuel source, it's about making sure that you have confidence in that fuel source to deliver when you need it.
I was going to add, kind of continue the idea of translating planning concepts into the real-time desk, the real-time environment. As you're operating the system, you're always aware of what resources you have at your disposal, because they've been committed by the unit commitment process. Now they're brought to you in the forms of supervisory control and data acquisition information on the screen. And so what your diversity is. And I think if you look at what EPRI is beginning to talk about in terms of making sure you don't put all your eggs in one basket and you do have an all of the above approach, there are metrics such as percent IBR penetration that are going to mean more in the future. There's another measure of how much synchronous generation do you have on at any one point in time. And I think a lot of the events that have happened in recent years, specifically the Iberian Peninsula, that becomes a question that I think becomes a constraint in a lot of our optimization algorithms, whether it's the IRP process, the unit commitment process, or economic dispatch process, how much synchronous generation do you have at any one point in time? What is your IBR, inverter-based resource penetration? All those things as we move forward in time will become really important operational data points that help the operator manage the system reliably and securely.
Thank you. And I actually do have one follow-up to something you said, Mr. O'Connor. You mentioned reliability and fuel security. Is fuel security a component of reliability, or are they one and the same?
I would say it's a part of that emergent property reliability.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. NC Warren?
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Matthew Quinn. I'm the lawyer for NC Warren, and I'd like to continue the discussion you've had so far about the ELCC report. So my understanding, and let me know if this is correct, is that the ELCC estimates from that report for solar and storage set forth the how reliable that Duke's modeling considers solar and storage, right?
Yes, for clarification, we include two quantitative measures of reliability when the Encompass model is performing its capacity expansion and producing the resources in the plan. One of those is the planning reserve margin, which tells you what volume of firm resources you need. And then the other is the ELCC of the variable energy resources, which tells you what their sort of expected contribution to that is. They're probabilistic, this simulated across thousands of potential system outcomes, how they typically can contribute to that, meeting that reserve margin.
Okay, so then this ELCC report, it's important, right? I mean, it's an important part of Duke's filing in this document.
I would agree with that.
And it's important to get it right, true?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the authors of that ELCC report, can you name who those authors are?
Yes, it's a consulting firm called PowerGem, and PowerGem are the developers of a software called Servo. And this Servo model is used across the country by major reliability organizations like CERC, which regulates the companies, NERC, the national regulator, various other large utilities and market areas like ERCOT and Southern Company. All of these entities that have the responsibility to maintain reliability within the system use this Servo model. And if an organization is not using Servo to produce ELCC, because there are multiple technology options for that, they're using something that's similar in concept, at least, that's doing probabilistic analysis to determine how much individual resources can contribute to reliability.
Mr. O'Connor, let me ask you, I mean, without looking at the ELCC report, can you name the authors of it?
Yes, we have worked with in the past Cole Benson, Nick Wintermantle, who is a principal there, and Justin Brooks.
Okay. I don't see Mr. Wintermantle listed as an author of the report. And you didn't mention Mr. Simmons, did you?
Oh, I did not.
Okay, very good. Now, anywhere in Duke's application, do we have like a CV or resume or biography of any of these authors?
In this specific application, I'm not sure we do, but they have been, at least Cole Benson has been a witness in relation to the company's ELCC studies and reserve margin in the past.
Okay. And none of these individuals who authored this study are witnesses in this case, are they?
Not in this specific case. In this case, in the past, we have had PowerGem represent the reserve margin studies and ELCC studies when there's sort of a high volume of that material. It is their work, but in this case, we are confident in the ELCC study, and so we're representing that as this panel.
Okay. You didn't write the study though, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And the study doesn't set out which parts of the study were performed by the three respective authors, does it?
I can't necessarily speak to PowerGem's internal workflow, but, they have a strong technical team that works across the country performing these reliability analyses. And they bring that expertise to bear in the products for the company.
So these authors, they kind of ran with the study and submitted it to you, is that right?
They performed the study, we reviewed it, we challenge them on assumptions, they challenge us on our questions, and eventually they produce what I think is a very strong study.
Okay. And did Duke pay for this study?
We did retain PowerGem, yes.
Okay. How much did you pay for it?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
Okay. You know how many hours PowerGem dedicated to developing the study?
I don't have that specific number.
All right, well, let's look at the study together. If you could please turn to page 1-7. And just let me know when you're there, Mr. O'Connor.
I'm there.
Okay, so here we have at the top of page 1-7, we have a section that is introduced as, quote, "The following major assumptions are made in conducting this study." Do you see that language?
We do, yes.
Okay. So now where it says major assumptions, does that kind of imply that there are other assumptions that perhaps weren't listed here?
Yes, so the server modeling is incredibly detailed. We model individual units. We model 46 years of historical weather. Subject to check 46 years of historical weather. Each of those units has a variety of characteristics. There are regional weather dynamics and patterns involved. So it's a very data intensive study process because we want to get this right. And so we use the best available information we can to parameterize these ELCC studies.
All right, so we got a study that you've acknowledged is important to this proceeding, and we have assumptions that are being made in the study that are not set forth in the study, though. We can't look at them, right?
Well, these assumptions were made available in discovery. Often, some of these are necessarily are confidential. And when requested, we provided them to interveners who had signed NDAs with the company.
Okay. All right. They're not set forth in the study, though, are they?
No, you can't list every single assumption. You would have a 10,000 page document of hourly inputs. So these are provided in obviously digital files that we can provide to different interveners as needed to either run their own studies. There are, in this case, there have been interveners that ran the server model. And in prior studies, we've had interveners who ran the server model, and then we are able to export some of those input files as well.
Okay, so let's look at page 1-11 of the study, please. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
All right, so I'd like to ask you a few questions about table 1.5-2. Now, this is the same table that you set forth in your pre-file direct testimony on page 30, right?
Subject to check, yes, it is.
Okay. I mean, you're welcome to check.
I believe it is.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is a major part of the study. This table is kind of the culmination of a lot of the analysis that was done here, right?
Yes.
Okay. So on the very far left column, there's a column that says solar NWE, right?
That is correct.
And that represents the power capacity of a solar system, right?
It represents the volume of installed solar in the Carolinas for this specific scenario. So each row in this table represents a case where you are modeling solar and storage together because of the synergistic benefits, where you have the energy from the solar helps increase the value of the battery, and together they can increase the overall ELCC of both. And so each row represents a specific combination of solar and storage capacity in total in the Carolinas.
Okay, so that's helpful. You cut out some of my question. So the first column represents the amount of what you say solar capacity.
Yes,
And then the next column is the amount of battery capacity. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. Now, there was, who made the decision about what to analyze here? Like, in other words, in the first example, you have 7,500 megawatts solar, 1,000 megawatts of 4-hour battery energy storage. Who made the decision about how to pair those numbers, how to pair, for instance, 7,500 with 1,000?
So it's more than just this table. If you go back, I believe one table in the, or one page in the ELCC report, you see what I'm going to call a surface of combinations of solar and storage. And so, this is a set of different solar and storage tranches that we explore to understand how the two relate. So we can pick the best values to ultimately put into the model. So it's a combination of the companies trying to understand in advance the combinations of solar and storage that we want or we expect that we need to model in higher fidelity, along with judgment from the Power Gem team to help us cover the right range of that surface to get the best possible scope of the relationship.
All right, so the decision to pair in this first example, 7,500 megawatts of solar with 1,000 megawatts of battery storage, that was kind of a judgment call made by Power Gem.
And possibly the companies. I don't recall exactly at this point, but that 1,000 and 7,500 would be roughly consistent with where we would be later in the 2020s. And so we want to understand where that first step exists, where we've got about 7,500 megawatts of solar, we have about 1,000 megawatts of batteries, and then we can explore how that relationship evolves from there.
Okay, and this study, it never analyzed a scenario where the battery storage is equivalent to solar, right? In other words, let's say 7,500 megawatts of storage and then 75 megawatts of 4-hour battery. Let me say that again. I think I flubbed that. Let me just try to say that. This study never analyzed a scenario where the battery component was equivalent to the solar component, such as 7,500 megawatts of solar and 7,500 megawatts of 4-hour battery storage.
It does not. I mean, sort of going back to my previous response, part of the important aspect of this study is tracking where we expect the system to be. And we know we have a certain level of solar right now, over 5,000 megawatts. We know where our projected battery capacity is going to be, and you want to be able to track that deployment level to make sure you have an accurate representation. So, you can run a case where you have, let's make it kind of ridiculous, 50,000 megawatts of solar and 50,000 megawatts of batteries. That's a fine modeling assumption, but it's not relevant in a practical sense to the plan because you're not going to end up there in a capacity expansion approach.
Yeah, but Mr. O'Connor, I think the commission in this proceeding is where we're talking about where Duke should end up when it comes to battery storage, right? If that's not up to Power Gem, that's up to the commission and the way this docket and others turn out, right?
It's not, but you can see in the surface, we've explored those relationships to understand, even if it's not exactly one-to-one, you get a sense across the nonlinear relationships between storage and solar. Like, I think we have a strong understanding of how the two relate from the study.
All right, so in other words, here in this proceeding, we're trying to figure out how much storage should Duke plan on, but in the Power Gem study, Power Gem is assuming in this first scenario, we're just gonna have 1,000 megawatts. And that's just one of the assumptions in the study, right?
No, because, I mean, again, go back to tables 1-2-1 and 1-2-2, we explore a range of outcomes because we understand there can be a range of outcomes.
Yeah, yes, but you never analyze a scenario where the storage is equivalent to the solar, right?
Not in this specific study, we did not.
And would you admit that the more energy capacity of a battery that you have, the more useful that it will be when paired with solar in meeting load?
Yes, but there are diminishing returns. And if you actually look at table 1-2-1, I think it's really useful there to see it. You've got cases where you have no solar, for example, and you've got cases where you have no storage. Then you have cases in the middle. And, not to be glib about it, but let's take line 3 in table 1-2-1. You can trace 5,000 to 5,000, and you know you're somewhere between 51% and 69% ELCC for storage. It's probably closer to that 69%.
Okay. So are you aware that Power Gym's prior name was Astrapi?
I am, yes.
Okay. If you could please turn to NC1, well, first of all, our potential exhibit notebook, Mr. Holman is at the top. Yep, you got it. If you could please turn to NC Warren's potential exhibit number 21. And just for the record, I will identify this exhibit as NC Warren Cross Reliability and Operational Resilience Direct Exhibit 1. Sorry, that was a mouthful.
Well, in the end, full disclosure, our staff had put all of this online. We're working on the website. We're next to the notebooks. But I was wanting to bring your exhibit up. Would you tell me which exhibits you were doing again?
Yes, sir. Chair Brawley, this was NC Warren's potential exhibit 21.
Strappy Consulting. Okay, I've got that. So this would be NC Warren Cross Reliability Direct Exhibit 1,
Yes, sir.
and your Exhibit 21 Cross for NC Warren. So it is identified. Thank you for your patience,
No,
sir.
no, thank you, thank you. Now, I know y'all probably reviewed the pre-filed direct testimony of NC Warren's witness, William Powers, right?
I am not personally familiar with that testimony.
Okay, all right. Well, Mr. Powers, he talked about this study that we're looking at here by Astrapi. Have you ever seen this study before?
I have not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about something. If you could go over to page 14.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, if you look at the first paragraph, there's a sentence. It's the second sentence. It begins with the words in and even. You see that?
I do.
Okay. So before I quote that, I mean, the reason I'm showing you this exhibit is number one, this report is by the same people that authored the ELCC study that Duke is relying upon. Okay. You understand that, sir?
Yes, the same company.
Okay, same company. All right. And then number two, a minute ago, you testified or you questioned the concept of continuing to add storage because I think you used the words diminishing return. Is that basically what you testified to?
I'm not sure. I could have said diminishing returns. I don't recall, but I do think that is the fundamental principle of ELCC.
Okay.
Is that as you add more and more of one type of energy limited resource, whether it's a renewable or it's storage, you get less incremental value from it.
Okay.
That's the core conceit of ELCC, and it's a really important part of the planning process.
Okay. Well, let's see what Astrapi has said about that concept in a different report. So I'm gonna the language I flagged for you earlier in and even there. I'm gonna quote that. It says, quote, in an even more extreme scenario, this example could be extended such that solar and storage meet all reliability requirements, while the installed capacities required would be large and the marginal ELCCs at target system reliability would be close to 0%. This is technically feasible. Further, this is the direction that many systems are heading. New York has goals of 70% renewable energy by 2030 and 100% zero emission electricity by 2040. California will have greater than 10 gigawatts of short duration storage by 2025 and greater than 30 gigawatts of installed solar capacity. Now, first of all, did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay. Now, nowhere in the Power Gym report that Duke has submitted to this commission does Ostrapi say anything, similar to what it said in this, to what its predecessor entity said in this report, does it?
They did not write that specifically, no.
Okay.
But I do think it's interesting if you look at our study, we have cases in the study that go up to 20,000 megawatts of storage and 50,000 megawatts of solar.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, I guess, I'm sure you would admit that either Duke or Power Gym made the decision about the solar capacity and storage capacity to compare when running the ELCC analysis, right?
And I think it was a good decision because it is a realistic representation of how solar and storage value contributes together. We have a system that has a balanced mix of resources. And in that balanced mix of resources, you're going to have some combination of solar, you're going to have some combination of storage. And it's probably not 50,000 and 50,000 megawatts. That's ultimately, I think the IRP panel can discuss how that economic decision gets made within the Encompass model, but we have given the Encompass model the tools to help explore that reliability as it's making that decision.
Yeah, but Mr. O'Connor, the entity that Duke hired and paid for this ELCC study in this docket said in a different proceeding in a different state that technically it is feasible to do exactly that, did they not?
I think a lot of things are technically feasible, and I think they are maybe understating a little bit when they say the volumes would be large and that the marginal contribution to system reliability would be close to zero. It would be incredibly close to zero.
Well, do you disagree with your retained consultant when they said in this other proceeding that several other, what's the words they use? That this is the direction that many systems are headed?
I think you can put anything you want in a model and it can technically be feasible. I think one of the core strengths of our plan is that part of our reliability considerations is executability. And so when you see the resources in the NTAP and when you see the resources that are in other scenarios, it's because we believe we can build them. And we try to represent solar and storage the best we can, their contributions, their synergies. But reliability is more than just putting something in a model. There are real world concerns that go into it as well.
Right. Let me, I think this is my last question. I think this is an obvious one. I just want to get on for the record, but maybe it's not an obvious one. I'll be corrected. Here's my question. This ELCC study that Duke submitted in the present docket, that deals with only utility scale solar and storage. In other words, it doesn't deal with behind the meter, right?
Yes, this is focused on transmission interconnected solar and storage.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Sace.
Good morning, Menashe Magaru for SACE et al. Unless I flag otherwise, my questions are for the panel, so whoever feels most comfortable responding, feel free to do so. A few of my questions have been asked already by some of the council, so my, I guess, time or questioning might be a little less than the original cross-examination estimate.
No objection.
Let's turn to line 4 of page 21 of your direct testimony. Just let me know when you're there.
Just a second.
Yeah, it's line 4 of page 21 of your direct testimony.
You said page 21, line 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm there.
And you mentioned this in passing already with counsel for NCSEA, but here you discuss the uncontrolled blackouts on the Spanish and Portuguese grids. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you note beginning on line 11 of this same page that the companies, quote, continue to actively monitor information about the event. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So now at the time your direct testimony was filed, this is back in October, the European Network of Transmission System Operators for Electricity, or ENSO-E, they had not released their formal inquiry to the event. Is that right?
Talking about when we filed this? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's correct.
All right. Are you aware that ENSO-E has since released its formal inquiry, I think in maybe March of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I have you turn? So I think the SACE et al. Exhibit notebook should be on that chair. It might be maybe the first or second notebook that you see. And if you can't find it, I'm happy to help you find it. But yeah, that's it. Can I have you turn to tab 24? This is what's pre-marked as SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 24.
Got it.
So this is a BBC News article on the 2025 Spain and Portugal blackouts. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Chair Brawley, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be identified as SACE et al. Cross Reliability Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
SACE et al. Cross Reliability. Exhibit 1.
24. Yeah. Thank you. Can I have you turn to the second page of this exhibit?
We're there.
Okay. Do you see the sentence towards the bottom of the page that starts with "in its final findings"?
Got it. Yes, sir.
Oh, so you found it? Okay. Take some time to review that sentence and just let me know when you're ready.
Good.
All right. So that ENSO-E report finds that the blackouts had multiple causes. Is that a fair summation of what you see there?
As do most events like that. There's rarely, and in a big event like that, there's rarely one single cause of an event. The system's too complex.
Got it. If you move to page 3 of that same exhibit, do you see that paragraph that starts with ENSO-E report steered clear of such issues?
Right here. Yes, sir. We got it.
All right. Take some time to review that paragraph and just let me know when you're ready.
This is the paragraph that leads the ENSO-E report steered clear.
That's right.
We're good.
Yeah. So fair summation to say that the report's final recommendations include improving coordination between transmission operators, distribution operators, and other parties in the energy system.
Subject to check, that is generally the lessons learned. There's more going on though right now as we speak. The investigation continues, even though it's been over a year since the actual event. The challenge is, and I'm no expert in European energy policy, but Europe does not have a NERC equivalent. Europe does not have an independent, fair arbiter, subject matter expert like NERC. When NERC does an analysis, they pinpoint lessons learned and causes and consequence. You can look back at many of the event analysis work that NERC has done in the past. It's my understanding Europe doesn't have that structure. They don't have mandatory reliability standards. And I think this short article speaks to the lack of reactive support, lack of voltage control standards that led to the catastrophic event of the Iberian blackout. So it is ongoing. We're depending on EPRI, who has a significant presence in Europe, to help us work through this. They've got a project called RADAR's Rapid Deployment of Analytics and measuring for the reliability of the grid and resilience. And we are founding partners of that project. And the goal is to take the lessons learned behind the details, working with the utilities in Spain and Portugal and France that were actually dealing with it, and rapidly applying those lessons learned to North America to make sure we've mitigated that risk.
I think I heard you say that the investigation continues. I just want to clarify for purposes of the record. ENSO-E has released its sort of final findings on these 2025 blackouts.
There's a lot more going on.
Okay. Move on. All right. Can I have you turn to, excuse me, can I have you turn to page 20, lines 10 through 16 of your testimony, and let me know when you're there.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's page 20, lines 10 through 16 of your testimony.
Could you start me off so I can find it?
Just like what the actual, yeah, sure. Let me just pull it up real quick.
Starts increased coordination.
Got it. Got it.
So you got it.
Got
Okay.
it. Yes, sir.
All right. So you note here that this year's reliability risk report, which I think was already entered into evidence as an exhibit by Sigford Council. So this is the NERC ERO Reliability Risk Priorities Report. It identifies natural gas interdependence and the need for increased coordination as a reliability risk or challenge. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That's what we said.
Got it. However, to be clear, that reliability risk report does not recommend specifically the use of enhanced liquefied natural gas as a means of addressing this risk.
So NERC is not in that, that's not their role. NERC's role is to, in this particular setting, is to identify risk. And the interdependency between electric and gas is not a new risk. It goes back to the late 90s when utilities had access to lower cost natural gas and people were building out natural gas facilities. That's a known risk. It's the nature of the physics of the system. I would encourage you to talk to our panel on natural gas, but our historical practice has been very successful in making sure we have that coordination between our natural gas providers and our facilities, from everything from firm transport to dual fuel capability. Because we realize it, we're the operators. We're ultimately responsible for reliability. We know the characteristics of our resources and their fuel structure. And so we take steps, rigorous discipline steps, to mitigate and address those risks. And I think our results have proven to be very effective, that are driven by our generation owner operators of our natural gas plants, our folks that procure the fuel, and the folks that develop this dual fuel capability under the oversight of this commission.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Public staff.
Good morning. My name is Nadia Lohr with the public staff. So these questions, Mr. O'Connor, I apologize, are going to be directed at you.
Okay.
So in your direct testimony, you explain the reliability verification process that you conducted in this proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
And when you perform this reliability screening on one of Duke's portfolios, what you're essentially doing is ensuring that the portfolio maintains system reliability, correct?
That's correct. And the way we do that is we assess the ability of that portfolio to meet a certain reliability threshold as measured by our loss of load expectation. And we can get into the weeds on that exact number that we use, but it is a number that is representative of the 0.1 standard we plan to, adjusted for neighbor contributions.
Thank you. That's actually a perfect segue. If I can have you turn to Appendix C of your initial filing, and that is the, let's see. The quantitative analysis appendix. And I'm on page 75.
I'm there.
Okay. And so that LOLE threshold you were just discussing, above the table here, and I'll just go ahead and read this statement. There's a statement regarding Duke's threshold for reliability, and it says a portfolio in either 2035 or 2040 having an LOLE or loss of load expectation below the 0.165 event days per year target was considered meeting the reliability standard. So is that accurate? That's Duke's threshold for reliability?
That's the threshold. I think it's important to understand the way we use that threshold in the plan is that within our own portfolios, it's a first pass. It's a sanity check on the Encompass model itself, because that Encompass model is taking the planning reserve margin and it's taking our ELCCs and it's producing a a set of resources, but it's not doing those thousands and thousands of simulations itself. That's not possible to do computationally in that expansion process. And so when we check it, it allows us to say, okay, are these components working together to produce a portfolio that reaches our threshold? And if it doesn't, we go back and we will add firm capacity to that portfolio to get it to the adequate baseline.
Thank you. So if I can have you on that same page, there's a table. It's table C-38, reliability metrics for adjusted portfolios 2035. And this table shows the results of your reliability verification step on several portfolios, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I see 6 portfolios listed here. Is that right?
Yes, just for clarity, the first portfolio is from the reserve margin study.
Thank you. I don't see the high load forecast sensitivity listed here. Did you do a reliability screening on that sensitivity?
We did not conduct a reliability screening prior to submitting the plan, but we have submitted those results in discovery.
Thank you. So at this time, I would like to direct your attention to public staff potential cross exhibit number 16. And Chairman Brawley, this is Duke's response to a public staff discovery request. I will note that we discussed this exhibit with counsel for Duke. It is labeled as confidential, but they have indicated that we can remove the confidential designation.
So that's public staff, cross, reliability, direct, number 1, and it's which public staff?
So
16. Okay.
yes, that's right, 16.
16.
All right, it is identified.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Connor, this is Duke's response to public staff data request number 62-2. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and it has, are you the respondent on that discovery request? Is that your name on the bottom?
It is.
Thank you. Chairman Brawley, is now the appropriate time to move this exhibit into the record, or should I wait until the end?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I would go ahead and move that this be moved into the record.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. So Mr. O'Connor, in this response, you provide Duke's reliability verification LOLE results for the high load forecast sensitivity, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the high load forecast failed Duke's own threshold for reliability in 2035, is that correct?
It did, but we wanted to explore additional options. So we assessed the ability of the ESA curtailments, which we do not believe should be a planning resource. It's really meant to be in the back pocket when we end up in situations where load is growing faster than we can build resources to address. And this is a good sanity check on that. So we assessed the ability of the curtailment provisions to support reliability in that case. And we also did our traditional check where we added firm capacity in the form of combustion turbines back to the portfolio to get it to a reliable state.
Thank you. So that's a good point. So if a portfolio fails the LOLE threshold, which the high load forecast did, the only way to mitigate the issue is to either add generation or keep generation on longer. And then you mentioned ESA curtailments as well. Is that correct?
I think there are a variety of options for addressing that reliability concern. This response, explores a couple of them. I'll verify right now, but I believe we also mentioned there may be limited flexibility to extend coal retirements. But I think what this shows us pretty clearly is that the resources in the near-term action plan are the minimum necessary to get us to a point we can address the high load type of sensitivity. There are other options for getting us all the way there. The IRP panel can discuss that a little bit more, but at the core of it, the near-term action plan gives us the foundation from which to address the additional resources to get us to that reliable state for the high load portfolio. And the idea would be that we have time within this next planning cycle to figure out exactly what that is.
Okay, and to back up for 1 second, you had mentioned, playing with the ESA curtailments to see how that impacts reliability. Looking at this exhibit that we're looking at right now, it looks like when you added in ESA curtailments, it was still above the reliability threshold, meaning it fails the reliability
Yeah,
threshold.
it was slightly above, but that gives us a good general sense that if we got to a point where load was growing faster than we could build resources to address it, those curtailment provisions held in reserve would get us very close to reliability.
Okay, and can you confirm that the high load forecast sensitivity selects resources that are not in the company's NTAP?
Subject to check, I believe it may accelerate some resources, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that is all for me. I believe my colleague has some questions as well. Thank you.
Good morning, Jennifer Harrod, attorney with the public staff. I believe most of my questions are for Mr. Holman, but I address them to the panel and I will leave it to you all to decide how best to apportion that. I will ask both of you this question. To understand better where you fit within the structure of Duke, where your roles fit in the organizational structure. Mr. Holman, what's your who's at the top of your chain of command, so to speak?
So in the current state, I work for grid planning and integration. I report to Senior Vice President Nelson Peeler, who reports to Regis Repco, who reports to Harry Sedaris.
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you were looking for?
That is exactly the answer I was looking for. Thank you. And you, Mr. O'Connor?
I'm within the Fuels and Systems Optimization Organization. There's a couple additional layers of management, but I ultimately report to John Verderame, who reports to Regis Repco.
Okay, I'm sorry. Tell me that one more time. You report ultimately to
John Verderame, Witness Verderame on the coal panel, is the Senior Vice President of Fuels and Systems Optimization.
Okay, thank you. So you all are in different areas of the company, the two of you.
Technically, we sit down the hall from one another. We work, together, and we're all underneath that system planning and construction organization. That's the Regis Repco organization.
Gotcha. Okay. I see. Okay. Well, thank you. So just to take it sort of to the basics here, just right there at the beginning of your testimony, page 6, lines 10 through 13, you state that the purpose of your testimony. Sorry, Mr. Holman, I want to get you a chance to get.
Got it. Yep, got it.
Okay. You state that the purpose of your testimony is to demonstrate that Duke's recommended portfolio maintains or improves upon the reliability of the DEP and DEC systems, correct?
That's great. That is our obligation to serve and under the statutes in North Carolina.
Okay. And I believe when you took the stand yesterday and took the oath, you said that that this testimony remains true today as you sit here, that
That is correct.
you would give these same answers.
I believe that this is the most cost-effective, reliable portfolio to meet the needs of our customers and our communities.
Okay. And as we said earlier, of course, this testimony was filed on October 1st, 2025, correct?
Subject to check in detail.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately then, though, last fall. Okay. So in your testimony and several times on the stand, the last day or so, you've used the phrase, the company's plan to operate so they can operate to the plan.
Yes, ma'am. That's a premise we coordinate through our planning organizations and our operating organizations.
Okay, so for the purposes of your testimony in this hearing, what plan are you referring to when you say plan to operate so they can operate to the plan?
Thank you for asking that question. That gives a chance to explain what I mean by that. So if you look at the IRP process, Integrated Resource Plan, it's looking ahead, starting, and Mr. O'Connor just talked about this. It starts now and it looks out into the future, 15 years, I believe, subject to check. And the goal is to ensure that we have generation resources. That's megawatts, megawatt hours, all the essential reliability services that are needed at a bulk level. That we have that moving out over the 15-year window, broken down into the near-term action plan, broken down to the execution plan, walking our way out. There's a concept that we hold dear at Duke. It's called the accountability model for operational excellence. And you've heard us use it before. It's plan, do, check, and adjust. And it works in a lot of things. It certainly works in this space. The doing of it is built around the near-term action plan. The checking and adjusting is the beauty of the arrangement we have in North Carolina, where we're meeting with the commission that oversees our work twice a year and lots of interactions in between. And so when I say we're planning the system, we're planning to operate so we can operate to the plan is this. And I've mentioned this yesterday. The concepts that are in the planning process that Witness O'Connor has talked about resonate operationally. As a former operator, as I read the discipline and the detail and the diligence that goes into these studies, from the Encompass work to the Servum work, it resonates operationally. How much can you count on a particular resources? The limits of the differing technologies and their capabilities, making sure you have enough to ramp, taking into account 40 years, subject to check, of weather. An operator would say, okay, you're planning for my world in operations. And so if we're planning to operate, then the operators have a framework to operate under that's been based on a plan. The counter to it is this: you don't do that. You don't plan with operations in mind. You almost by default put the operators in an unplanned for state. And NERC frowns on that. And so do I, because I've seen the results of that in events around the country and the world. When you do that, operators are left to grasp at straws in terms of the process and their procedures. Their training doesn't align with the system they're now operating. If you look at, we mentioned earlier, the Iberian Peninsula event, that's the system operator's worst nightmare. They were taking their training and their tools, attempting to deal with the events on the ground. And in some cases, it wasn't working. And in some cases, it made it worse. In my judgment, in studying the results, they were clearly in an unplanned for condition. And when you're in that situation, I mentioned this yesterday, physics solved the problem. That's what happened in the Northeast blackout in 2003. In my judgment, that's what happened in the Iberian Peninsula in 24, I believe, in May of 24. So that's what I mean. If you're not planning the system with a vision to how it's going to be operated, then operators are left to their own devices. They have no framework. They have no structure. And that is not what NERC encourages. That's not what Duke has done in my 41 years careers. We've always planned the system with an eye to how is it going to be operated? Because if you don't, it's a theoretical and academic exercise. Okay, so what? I'm planning a system with no consideration for how it's going to be operated. Maybe that works for a thesis or a doctoral paper. It doesn't work in operations. You've got to have that linkage between planning and operations, both in IRP space and in transmission planning space. That was a long answer. I apologize, but hopefully that helped.
Well, I have to admit, I'm a little confused. Because I thought you were gonna say something different, to be honest with you. This proceeding is for this commission to develop an IRP, a carbon plan and an IRP, correct?
Is to drive direction on where we go into the future. I'm not in that space. I'm an operator.
Sure.
It's setting the path forward over the next 15 years.
And so when the commission did this when we had the 2023 IRP process, at the end of that, the commission issued an order, and that's the commission's carbon plan, correct? So is that any part of when you say the company's plan to operate so they can operate to the plan, is the carbon plan not the plan that you're operating to?
No, it is this plan that we've presented here this week, the Integrated Resource Plan, the CPIRP. That is the plan I'm referring to. We've had integration and discussion between planners and operators to validate this concept of planning to operate so you can operate to the plan. I think that's my role in this, is to give some kind of check validation that, okay, the things we're considering in the analysis that drove the portfolios is grounded in operational reality. I'm not a planner. I've led planning before, but I've not done planning work. Certainly not an IRP analyst, but I do have 41 years of operational experience. And I think my role in this is to work with folks like Witness O'Connor, the other witnesses on the IRP team, to make sure there's linkage and alignment between what we're planning, what we're presenting to the commission for their oversight and approval and operations, so that we can truthfully say, this is a plan we can operate into the future reliably and securely, delivering for our customers and communities in North Carolina.
Were you still in your role or a similar role after the commission issued the last carbon plan order in November of 2024?
In November of 2024, I was in the role that I'm currently in
Okay.
grid planning and integration.
Okay. So for instance, was that at that moment in time when you were planning to operate so you can operate to the plan, did the plan include for Duke to take reasonable steps to develop 300 megawatts of advanced nuclear generation by 2034 and 300 additional megawatts by 2035? Was that part of the plan?
Well, that was the plan in the out years. What we're looking at in terms of operations is you move forward in time, starting with the real time, the near-term action plan, knowing that we're going to be checking and adjusting under the oversight of this commission. We will be meeting 2 years from now and in years in the time in between, looking at what the changes are that may drive the change. I'm not a prognosticator. I can't tell you what technologies will be working 2 or 3 years from now, but I can tell you the capabilities that we're going to need as we move forward. Again, operators are generally technology agnostic. Now, you can't be totally agnostic because it's physical. There's machines out there. But what we're really interested and passionate about is capability. Does the portfolio deliver the essential reliability services, and NERC is defined, and I think operations is validated, that are required 24/7 by 365? Frequency support, voltage support, balancing, inertia. Are all those characteristics evident and apparent in the plan? And as we looked at the plan in the prior case, it did. As we look at the plan today, it does, or we wouldn't be here presenting it to the commission.
So looking at page 31, lines 18 and 19 of your testimony, and I'll give you a chance to get there.
Say page 30.
30, okay. Okay, I think I'm here.
Okay. So looking at lines 18 and 19, you testify that one of the key aspects of Duke's plan is planning to build to the 22% reserve margin by 2031 as approved by the 2024 CPIRP order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that still the plan?
It's the Duke plan. It's not my plan, but it's part of the discipline that's built into this. As I mentioned yesterday, based on our operating experiences over the last 3 or 4 years, seeing the peaks that we've seen for non-historical temperatures, I think the move from 17%, high 16s to 22% over this window of time is operationally sound. Keep in mind, planning reserves set up your operating reserves, which set up the toolbox for the system operators to deal with uncertainty. And what we're seeing is change, rapid load growth for the foreseeable future, subject to things that could change that. So we got to check and adjust on that. But yes, I believe the The transition from 17% to 22% by 2031 is operationally sound and needed
And achievable?
and achievable.
Okay, by 2031.
Yes, I mean, that is in the near term, that is the objective of this plan. And there's also, just like operators have toolboxes, I think planners have toolboxes as well. Witness O'Connor mentioned the curtailment provisions. That's in our toolbox. It does not replace dispatchable generation. It's not equivalent to dispatchable generation. You shouldn't delay or replace dispatchable generation, but I'd much rather have it than not. As these large loads, or as NERC calls them, computational loads, emerge over the next 4 or 5 years.
So let me just make sure I understand. Under the high load forecast, is that the forecast you're currently working with?
I think the plan attempts to bound the situation as it relates to load forecast. I think Witness O'Connor spoke to that a minute ago. We wanted to see at these higher load forecasts, what does the system look like? Mr. O'Connor, you may want to speak to that.
Yes, and I think when we're talking about the plan, our first and foremost priority is making sure that we have the foundation of resources in the near-term action plan. That is the foundation you can meet a high load forecast. From there, and the IRP team can discuss this in more detail, the companies have options to help get them to meet the reserve margin. But as we plan, the resources in the NTAP are essential for us to get there. That's a foundation to get there.
So, but am I not correct that under the high load forecast, the company's not projecting to reach the 22% reserve margin until 2032 instead of 2031?
So for the high load portfolio, that is the case. But I think you will have seen in additional testimony submitted, or not additional testimony, additional modeling results submitted in Discovery around the new spring load forecast that, that the IRP team has put out there in Discovery, that we are achieving that earlier in 2030. Subject to check.
And I think, isn't that kind of the nature of planning? You plan because you don't have definitive, you can't say, I will be here by 2031 for sure. If we were to tell you that, my question would be, so you're telling me there's no independent variables, so there's no variables that you don't control. And there are always variables that you don't control. So the plan is attempting to bound the possibilities so that you can land reliably. It's kind of like the concept of security that we talked about yesterday. It's pre-positioning your system to land reliably. An operating space is after a contingency. Planning space, I think it is within the boundaries of reasonability, in this case of load. We can't tell you what the load's going to be in 2031. I don't think anybody can. But we've got a plan to deal with it. And we do that through plan, do, check, and adjust mentality, and then our oversight responsibilities to this commission.
No, I think that's the important of running scenario analysis in IRP is you look at those stressful scenarios, the high case, where it understand what could happen and you position yourself to respond to it. And the way that this plan positions us to respond to a case like the high case is having foundation of resources in the NTAP, then having tools in reserve and additional options to meet it should that occur. I think it's not necessarily appropriate to focus on one of a sensitivity portfolio, especially when, in Discovery, we are seeing, or not, the IRP team is seeing pathways to stay within the reserve margin.
So let's stay on this topic of demand. In terms of developing a planning reserve margin or knowing what operating reserves you need, the peak demand is a key component of that equation, correct?
Yes, the peak demands do factor in, obviously factor into the expansion plan of the system.
And if you think about it from an operating perspective, operating reserve, which is a byproduct of what's been set up through planning reserve, is above whatever the load is.
Right.
So again, as an operator, I can't just simply focus on what's the peak. I've got to carry my operating reserves for all hours of the day, kind of that resource adequacy perspective. So it's on top of your load or whatever you believe load's going to be.
Okay, understood. Fair point. So load in general, peak load, but also just, as you say, 24/7, 365 load. Okay, so am I correct that you're not part of the team that develops the load forecast? That panel's coming up after you.
That's correct.
Okay.
We've got a panel on that.
So you take their input when you're determining your planning reserve margins that are gonna allow you to be sure you have the operating reserves. You take their input into account.
So the load forecast team's forecast is an input into the planning process, yes.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that one more time?
So the load forecast is an important input into the planning process, into the modeling. Is that
Okay.
what you're asking?
That is what I'm asking.
Okay.
Now, in operating space, we've got a load forecast algorithm for next day out 7. And again, it's the same theory is the load forecasting that the panel will speak about. That's what we believe load could be. Here's the variability around it. As operators, we've got to make sure we have operating reserves on top of that. And so I think we talked about a little bit could the load be higher than what's forecasted? Sure. Could it be lower than what's forecasted? Sure. It's bounded by temperature general, but the operator's job is to make sure we have operating reserve to handle any of those scenarios. And that operating reserve is set up by planning reserve margins that are built into this plan.
Okay, so I believe I'm correct that the proposed carbon plan that Duke filed and that you stated you still support as currently being the least cost means to deliver reliable power to your customers. That was based on the 2025 spring load forecast, correct?
I believe, subject to check, it was based on the forecast we had available at the time.
I think that was the forecast used in the planning process. The IRP team, in developing the recommended portfolio, took into account the potential for these higher loads. They risk adjusted that portfolio so that the near-term action plan that came out of it had the foundation of resources we need, that minimum foundation to meet potentially higher loads.
Can you please be specific, Mr. O'Connor? What in preparing the 2025 CPIRP, what load forecast did you take into account, or did Duke take into account?
So the base load forecast was that it was the one used, but I mean, and I would suggest discussing this with the IRP team. They assess the totality of the modeling, the scenario modeling, to understand how they would construct a recommended portfolio. So that included higher and lower load forecasts as well.
But you said they used the high load forecast. I'm just trying to figure out what
Well,
forecast
I
are
mean,
you
the
speaking
high
of
load
specifically?
forecast is a sensitivity that informs the ultimate decision. It's not, we're not saying we're planning to the high load forecast. It's looking at what does the high load scenario, because we're using scenario analysis in modeling to help understand the potential for different outcomes. It's what does that tell us that informs today about the plan we make. So it's not that they plan to the high load forecast, it's that the results of the high load forecast, and they can talk about this in detail, but in concept, you use scenarios to help inform your recommended plan.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand, because you've sort of made reference to things that go outside of Duke's testimony, things that have been produced in Discovery and stuff. And so when we say the high load forecast, can you just tell me like what that forecast is and what date was it developed that you're speaking of?
You know, you can ask the load forecast team exactly how that went, but I think if it's not outside the plan. If you look at the modeling team's inputs to the plan, they talk about the selections in key portfolios that inform the recommended NTAP. It's because they use those scenarios and assess the totality of them. But it's really a question for the IRP team on the final decisions they made, and it's a question for the load forecast team on specifically what went into each of the scenarios.
Okay, so you're not sure.
Well, I mean, I'm reasonably certain I can't tell you the exact assumptions behind the high load forecast. That's the load forecast.
I'm just looking for what date was it developed, this high load forecast?
Object. It's been asked and answered as best he can. Why don't you ask the actual people who prepared it?
Okay, that's fine. I'll move on. Okay, so I am gonna briefly dip into the testimony of the load forecast team. Do you have your colleagues' testimonies up there with you? If I directed you to the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Stillman, Tate et al. I've got a copy if you don't have it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hare, could you repeat which testimony you're asking them to look at that?
Sure. And for the benefit of the commission, I'm going to just refer briefly to the rebuttal testimony of Philip Stillman, Andrew Tate, and Benjamin Pasty.
If I could just note, I don't know what question you're planning to ask, but we're going to have the panels for rebuttal on after the intervener case. So maybe it might be more efficient to save rebuttal questions for then.
This is just real brief. Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Are you objecting, sir?
Yes. I haven't
Okay,
heard the
I'm-
question. I'll wait for the question. I'll object then.
Okay, because I kept the commissioners from going into rebuttal testimony yesterday. So I think the point of rebuttal during rebuttal makes sense.
Chair Brawley, I just want to ask, this panel has testified that their testimony is still the same today, knowing everything they know today. So I just want to verify that that's true in light of the most up-to-date information that they have. This is a question on this panel's direct testimony.
I'm not sure what you're telling me. Are you implying that the rebuttal testimony of someone else is going to contradict his?
Well, I guess that's for the witness to say. I just would like to ask him, he has stated that his direct testimony remains his testimony. So I just want to make sure to fill in all the details and nuances of what he knows today and make sure that that's still his testimony.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Summers.
So he testified earlier that his direct testimony, he answered it truthfully. It's still true today. If you're going to ask him, hadn't seen this other panel's rebuttal at the time he filed his direct. So maybe you ought to ask him about rebuttal questions on rebuttal, and you can ask him what he knew at that time and whether his rebuttal testimony is still true today.
I think at this point, I'm going to say, let's stay out of the rebuttal.
Fair.
All right, you have additional questions?
Just give me 1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
All right. I do just want to ask one question. In terms of your direct testimony, and I believe this is from Mr. Holman, you go through a list of a number of risks that, that you're looking for, that you're planning for. And you identify one of the reliability risks as resource adequacy to meet, say, sustained significant load growth. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Yes, sir. Just a couple.
Sure.
Do you want to take a break now or do you want to?
After you do your redirect, then we've got a couple of exhibits that have been identified but not admitted, and we'll do that, then we'll take a break before commissioners' questions.
Okay, I'll be as brief as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Yes, sir. Mr. Holman, first question is for you. If you would flip to page 33 of your testimony, pre-filed direct testimony. Yesterday, Mr. Smith asked you some questions, I believe on behalf of Avangrid was his client for this question, was he asked you to read on page 33 of your testimony, lines 7 and 8. Let me know when you're at that portion.
Yes, sir.
So he asked you to read a sentence there that said, solar and wind hold the promise of fuel-free zero-emission resources. You see that?
I got it.
He didn't ask you to read the comma in the following phrase. Would you just read that to clarify the record?
Sure. But are not dispatchable and provide energy subject to weather variability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, I think my next couple of questions are for you. Earlier this morning, Mr. Quinn, on behalf of NC Warren, asked you some questions about the ELCC study and the entity that prepared it, Power Gem, and their formerly known as Astrape. Do you remember that general line of questioning?
I do, yes.
And are you familiar with the principals and individuals at Power Gen who worked on this ELCC study that's part of the IRP in this proceeding.
Yes, I am.
And despite the fact that they're from Alabama and may internally disagree vigorously about whether Auburn or Alabama football is better, do you have any questions about their qualifications and expertise in this subject?
I have no questions about that.
Okay. And did you, in preparing your expert testimony, rely on their report?
I did.
Do you have any concerns about the way that report was prepared?
No, I think the solar and storage ELCC study is a very strong foundation of how we model the reliability of the system.
Okay. And you discuss, I don't want to rehash this, but you discussed the purpose of the ELCC study and how you and the Duke team use that in ensuring the reliability of the modeling that Duke has presented as the basis for its plan for this commission's consideration and approval, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you know, did NC Warren in its testimony or its report provide any sort of ELCC study or other reliability quantification analysis in support of its proposals in this docket?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Quinn, you've got an exhibit that was identified.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. You read my mind. We identified previously NC Warren Cross Reliability and Operational Resiliency Direct Exhibit 1. And so we would move that into evidence.
It is so ordered without objection. Mr. Margaria, excuse me, sir.
Chair Brawley, at this time, SACE et al. Would move into the record what was previously identified as SACE et al. Potential Cross Exhibit 24, but was then, I guess, thereafter identified as SACE et al. Cross Reliability Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
Okay, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we'll be back at 11:06. Yeah, 11:06. Thank you.
Because I knew you had.
Let's go back on the record. So commissioners' questions. I've got a few from staff I'd like to start with. Mr. Holman, can you talk about where the NERC process stands in assessing large load reliability standards and if any action is needed by this commission besides the incident report requirements instituted in E-100 sub 208?
Yes, sir, I can help with that. So I've had the opportunity to serve on the NERC Large Load Task Force. I'm currently an observer on the Large Load Working Group. I'm also a support person for the standard drafting team for the standards that will come out on computational loads. And I'm on the industry advisory group that's supporting the standard drafting team. So I've had an opportunity, I'm appreciative of that, to be involved in this effort. So as we sit here today, there is no mandatory reliability standard focused on, and the term they're using at NERC, and this isn't official yet because it's got to go through rules of procedure approval, but they're not using the phrase large load. They're using the phrase computational load. And there's a proposed definition for it. It's greater than 20 megawatts with at least 1 megawatt of digital load, chip-driven load. And that's not finalized yet. There's all sorts of discussion. Is it too low, too high? Is working toward it. So for awareness, I think this commission would benefit from this. So NERC is working towards the release at the current state, 3 foundational standards that will put requirements on computational loads, or as we typically call them, large load entities, customers for Duke Energy. And they will be foundational in the sense they will be high level. It will be more conceptual. It won't get into the technical details of, for example, establishing a frequency ride-through number that we all have to meet. It'll be more directional to say that you will have a procedure, Duke Energy, that addresses frequency ride-through, which we already have a procedure. So we're ahead of that curve at Duke Energy. So what's going to happen between now and the end of the year? NERC's going to have their hands full. They've got to get the rules of procedure, definitions, and registered entity status, computational load entity, through their process, which goes to the board by the end of the year. That will feed the 3 foundational standards that will address requirements of computational load entities. They've committed to have those through their process, which means through the balloting process, endorsed by their board and endorsed by FERC by the end of the year. In my experience, NERC has never acted that fast on standards before. That is warp speed for NERC. I'm encouraged with the alignment they're getting with our computational large load customers. They are very involved. I've been very impressed with the large load customers that are involved with NERC. I am convinced so far that they want to be good grid citizens. I really like that term. That was crafted by a cooperative in South Carolina that is working on a large load customer project. But we've got a lot of work to do in a short period of time. So I think for your awareness, 2 things I would suggest. One, keep track of the rules of procedure, because that will define the term we use for these customers. And the term right now is computational load. Computational load entity would be the registered entity title. And then watch to see how these 3, currently could be more, but right now it's 3, draft standards work their way through the process at warp speed. They're built around, just for your reference, they're built around 1, modeling and studies. That's a huge deal because these loads, typically our largest loads are mechanically driven. They're machine driven. There's physics. There's some kind of rotating machine within their fence. These new loads are typically chip driven and they consume a lot of electricity. I mean, you've heard the speculation that you could have a 2 gigawatt data center relatively soon. That's the size of a 2-unit nuclear plant. And so it's a different characteristic. They're very sophisticated. They have very sophisticated backup power schemes. And we, as the transmission operator, the folks responsible for reliability and security under your oversight and NERC's oversight, we've got to understand how that works. So there's going to be a lot of modeling and study exchange, collaboration taking place. The next one is protected relay coordination. If you look at the events that happened in Northern Virginia, that's all about not understanding each other's relay settings and event analysis, disturbance reporting and analysis. And the final one is operational communication and data exchange. My simple philosophy would be, these are 2 gigawatt, 2,000 megawatt loads. If a 2,000 megawatt generation site was coming to our footprint, I can promise you, we'd have real-time communication protocols. We'd have real-time data exchange protocols. We need that level of detail with these customers well, and they agree. I mean, they've been very collaborative in as we've moved forward. Again, they don't want to be a problem, at least that's my experience. They want to be good grid citizens. And I think they want to be a good player in the North Carolina communities. So, Chair Brawley, I hope that helped.
It did. Early, we had a bit of discussion about the late unpleasantness on the Iberian Peninsula.
Yes, sir.
And without getting too much into the European energy policy, which of course is outside our scope, you mentioned there were several insights that were gained through analyzing the incident. Would you be more specific in saying what some of those are?
Yes, sir. I think as I look at it from a distance across the Atlantic Ocean, and it's a phenomenon that can often happen. It's called drift. You unintentionally lose sight on what's important. And I'll reference something specific: voltage management, reactive support, megavars, if you will. And that's building on the concept reliability is way more than just megawatts and megawatt hours. If you look at the situation as I've seen it in terms of recounting the sequence of events, the operators recognized there was something going on in the system, and they thought it was a phenomena called oscillation that they had seen before. And they had procedures and protocols to deal with it. Well, as it turns out, it wasn't the phenomena they had seen before. So they were taking actions to a problem they really didn't have. And so instead of helping, it often was hurting. And part of that problem was the facilities in Spain did not have mandatory requirements on voltage support. In the Carolinas, under NERC leadership, we have mandatory voltage schedules. Each generator has a voltage schedule. You will follow this voltage schedule. And if you can't, you'll call the transmission operator. That's a compliance requirement on the generation owner. And then we as system operators have the ability to say within their limits, we cannot order or direct a generating facility in North America to go beyond their equipment limits, to violate safety regulations, or to do something illegal. We can say we need to up your megavars to this level as long as it's within their parameters. In Spain, I can't speak for the broader European continent, but in Spain, they do not have those mandatory requirements. And so, as I said before, what that ends up doing is placing the operators in an unplanned for state. And they were trying to move things to help, and it wasn't helping. And so, as often is the case with voltage, you reach that knee in the curve where the system collapses. Physics takes over and solves the problem. And so the lessons learned are remain compliant with NERC standards, both on frequency response and on voltage support. The other thing is there was a high degree of IBR penetration at the time in Spain. I think as we work with EPRI, I think there are going to be constraints that they're going to be suggested. EPRI is not a standards generating organization, but I think the encouragement is going to be track inverter-based resource penetration. Higher is not necessarily better. In fact, in my opinion, it's dangerous. And so track it. Track how well your system is damped. And if you think about a door with a spring on it that closes it, a poorly damped door is you open it and you let go of it and it slams shut. And if somebody's behind you, it can hurt you. A properly damped door is it slowly closes. And what you want the system is to be properly damped for these events that happen in it, and it can withstand resilience. It can withstand that event and slowly converge back to normal operations. And those are phenomena, at least in the Carolinas, given our footprint in the middle of a very well-connected Eastern interconnection. We've analyzed that in the future and found it not to be an immediate risk. What we've got to do is collaborate with our neighbors and with entities like EPRI to make sure that's still the case. And we're doing that. I was talking earlier, nobody wants to see an uncontrolled blackout anywhere on the globe. It's an awful experience for the people that have to deal with it. We had one in 2003 in the Northeast and in North America, and then we've had this one in Spain. So what we have to do, roll our sleeves up, collaborate together, and work in things like the radar project that EPRI has to translate the lessons learned in Spain into mitigation in North America. Chair Brawley, I hope that helps.
It did quite a bit. Now, you've said EPRI several times. You are referring to the Electric Power Research Institute.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was on the same page with you.
I violated my pledge to not use acronyms that I don't explain. I apologize, Chair Brawley.
Well, sir, I might be the only person in the room that wasn't sure. Let's talk about Bad Creek 2. You've several times before this commission emphasized the important role pump storage, hydro storage particularly, plays in balancing the grid. Last system, I believe you called it a system operator's best friend. Does the proposed delay in the expansion of Bad Creek 2 give you any concerns from an operational perspective?
So I would defer, and I'm going to answer your question, but obviously any technical detail questions, I would defer to the IRP team and to the generation panel. But I think from my perspective, I stand by my statements before. You talk to a system operator. Anywhere that has pump storage, it is extremely flexible, it is extremely reliable, and it provides many of the tools in the toolbox that we've talked about in past discussions. But as you look at the portfolio, we're adding capabilities through natural gas facilities that mimic the capabilities that we need. Flexible operations, being able to cycle, be able to regulate, and capabilities like that. So I'm confident that this is the appropriate focus as we move forward. And as time moves, the possibilities of additional pump storage facilities may change. But I'm confident in the facilities now. And I do think, in addition to that, I do think our inverter-based resources have capability that the industry has not realized yet. And I'll say this, until we have proven that concept to operating experience, it is what it is. It's a theory. And as I mentioned here before, hoping something happens, hope is not a plan, luck is not a plan. But I do think there's potential, and we mentioned it in our testimony. For example, inertia. Inertia has historically been provided by rotating mass, large rotating devices that fight against change. Inertia is the resistance to change. There's a concept called synthetic inertia. That's a fancy word. When I first heard it, I was going, what word was that? But it's utilizing the capability within these inverters to provide a similar braking or damping capability for frequency response. But until it's proven, and until we have operating experience, until we can have material to train our operators on, it's just that, it's a theory. And we can hope it might happen, but hope's not a plan.
Got you. To follow up on the advantages of Bad Creek, from a system operational standpoint, what are the advantages of Bad Creek when compared to other long duration energy technologies?
So I'll give you my opinion. I defer to the IRP for their view as well. I think from my experience with Bad Creek and Jocassee, our two pump storage facilities in upstate of South Carolina, they've been very reliable. I mean, the approval of this commission and its predecessor commissioners to endorse that concept and allow us to build those facilities was, I think history has proven to be a very good decision. It's extremely flexible. It's extremely reliable. It demonstrates, just to name a few, frequency support through frequency response governor response. It demonstrates ramping, the ability to move really quickly while on automatic generation control. We can cycle it. We can use cycling means come on and come off. We can use it as contingency reserve. We talked about that yesterday. When we lose a generation resource, the ability to start up a Bad Creek or a Jocassee or ramp those resources up, it is extremely fast. And so those are that's capability. Now, on the limitation side, it's a hydro facility. You're limited by the amount of water in the forebay. Now you can pump it back up at night at low cost. That's a value, but it's the nature of storage in general. It's not 100% efficient. I think generally 80% to 85% for pump storage. Pump storage experts can speak to that. Ben, I believe, can speak to that better than I can. But it is energy limited, and you've got to manage that over time. But the cycle time for a pump storage, in my experience, has been weekly. You can cycle the resource over a week as opposed to 4 hours and things like that, like some of the battery resources we talked about.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Following Winter Storm Elliott, the commission, the public staff, and the company spent considerable time evaluating the causes of the event and identifying opportunities for improvement. Looking at more recent winter weather events, do you believe the actions Duke has taken, both on its own initiative and in response to the commission's Winter Storm Elliott order, have meaningfully improved the company's ability to manage extended periods of extreme cold weather?
I definitely do believe that we've made advances in managing these big events, Chair Brawley. And I think it's paid off in the last several high load, challenging periods of time. And I think it's built around, for as long as I can remember, we always managed difficult conditions with due process and rigor. The problem was it was built really around the operating focus. It wasn't broad enough. And I think what our experience with Winter Storm Elliott revealed to us is that we needed to be broader in our communication. We had to be more proactive in our communication. And I think there's temptation to do what I've said often here, we shouldn't do, hope and luck are not a plan. There's always, well, maybe it won't get so cold. I really hope that load doesn't get there. I think it's human nature to be overly optimistic. You do not want overly optimistic operators. You want skeptics. You want questioning attitudes in those control centers. And that's what we have. So what we've done is build two processes. One is the grid risk analysis process, where we're always looking ahead to see what we're forecasting, leveraging our load forecasting team. And if we detect problems a week or two ahead, we begin to analyze, okay, how big of a deal is this going to be? And as it rolls into a grid threat process, grid risk is monitoring all the time. Grid threat kicks off if we believe we've got a problem. We kick out extensive proactive communication, which includes the public staff, includes this commission, and includes our customers. That addresses the whole issue in Elliott of when that event happened. It happened on a Saturday, right over the Christmas holidays. Just-in-time communication did not work then, and it doesn't work. It won't work in the future. So we have to be much more proactive. So I think those grid risk process, the grid threat process, and the broadening of the engagement of that team has really paid off. It allows us to be more effective, more efficient. It allows us to keep you all in the loop, the public staff in the loop, and our customers in the loop, leveraging our ability to reach out to our customers through media. And I'm talking about customers from individual homes to our largest industrial customers.
Well, Mr. Holman, having observed the evolution of the company's generation fleet over many years, what do you think the commission should understand about the current state of the coal fleet that may not have been true a decade or two ago? Now, we know Mr. Verderame and Mr. Flanagan provide detailed testimony about the various issues with the fleet, but I was hoping you could speak to it from a system operational standpoint.
Yes, sir. And I think the biggest thing is when I first started working June 9, 1985, we had a series of suites of coal units. We had cycling coal units, and then we had base loaded coal units. And those base loaded coal units pretty much loaded up to their most efficiency, maximum dependable limit, and they stayed there most of the time. Now, they didn't stay there all the time, but they rarely cycled. Over time, as things have changed, we're asking those units to do different things. We're asking them to be more flexible. We're asking them to come online, come offline more, to cycle. We've added the capability, and this is a good thing, of dual fuel capability at some of our coal units. I think Witness Flanagan, his team has done a marvelous job in managing that degree of change. And as we analyze at what point in time is the right time to retire them, we're making prudent, cost-effective decisions that benefit our customers and our communities, both economically and in a reliability sense. We've had conversations in other settings about, the analogies with older cars. And I own a 2008 Tacoma truck that I used to ride around all the time. It was my main mode of operation, and I've maintained it. I've got a buddy of mine who's a mechanic. He's helped me maintain it. But as it gets older, I don't know that I'd take it on a long-term trip because I don't know that it'd get me back. And so at some point, I've got to make a decision, a cost-effective for my economic decision as to when I need to retire that truck. And I think a lot of times the calculus with coal units across the nation is just that. The supply chain's getting more challenging. The panel can get into more detail on that. But our folks have done a very good job in managing an asset that's being asked to perform a much different role by much different capabilities than it was when I first started in 1985. Hope that helped.
It did. Are there questions from other commissioners? Commissioner McKissick.
Yes, one or two. Mr. Holland, I'm just curious. You were talking about, NERC coming up with these new standards for computational load.
Yes, sir.
And all the details, dealing with the standards for modeling and studies and protected relay coordination, operational communication. I mean, how much do you think that will change the way you conduct your analysis today?
That's a great question, Commissioner McKissick. What we're going to have to do, and I'm not just talking about Duke, I'm talking about the industry.
Yes.
We're going to have to figure out ways to be very good at running, and the technical term is transient studies. Steady state studies are kind of, okay, everything's kind of within the norms, and you're stepping across time to make sure you don't have overloads or problems. Transient analysis is typically inside of a second. And it's very advanced technology. And to be candid, sometimes it's more art than science. And historically, Duke, Carolina is where it's at. We've been able to do these types of studies and validate we're in pretty good shape because we're in the middle of the largest interconnection in the world, the most complex machine humans have ever made, the Eastern Interconnection. We're very well connected. But what we're going to have to get good at is running these transient analysis, stability studies is another term that's often used, in a more regular cadence. As a large load customer comes and says, hey, we're thinking about siting in our footprint, that's going to have to be part of our study discipline. What does it do to our system? They want to know that. They want to be good grid citizens, and then we work together to mitigate it. So that's the kind of study analysis we're going to have to develop as an industry. And I'll offer you, there's been a lot of questions about workforce. You don't find dynamic study engineers growing on trees. It is a niche within a niche within a niche in terms of electrical engineering. We need to partner with our university systems to develop that skill set because everybody's looking for it. And if I were starting over, if I was just getting out of school, or just starting college, that's what I'd study because there's going to be a huge demand for it moving forward. Does that help?
It does help. And I'm just curious, I mean, you talked about NERC needing to do this. I mean, basically at warp speed almost, and you expected decisions to be made, by the end of this year. I mean, how long would they typically give utilities to comply?
Subject to check. It's been my experience going from concept, which is a standard draft or standard authorization request, a SAR, standard authorization request, to standards going live, a year to 2 years.
Okay, so it's a reasonable window of time to get there. I think that, I just want some clarification on that.
Yes, sir.
because I can see how it would impact things rather substantially. I think a lot of the questions that came from interveners were very good in terms of providing me with the background that I needed for to think about the issues that are before us right now. And I think other questions will certainly come up on rebuttal, but I think that's more
Yes.
appropriate time to address them. Thank you, Chair Braun.
Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, if this needs to be referred to another panel, it's fine. I was reviewing a number of things and I've looked at a lot in the last week or so. I didn't see a great deal of emphasis put on power quality for our industrial customers. And then, of course, everybody talks about the data centers coming online. You talked about voltage report, you talked about plan and adjust. But frequency's been used, SAG's been used, voltage quality. I don't see a lot of emphasis in the what I can read about power quality or measurements, et cetera. Are they there, which I expect they are? Are they, up to snuff on what you think it needs to be from a power quality standpoint? And if some other panel, again, needs to address it, you're welcome to defer.
So great question, Commissioner Tucker. So we care deeply about the power quality experience of our customers from a home to a large industrial customer. We've got teams of people, account managers that will work with large industrial customers to deal with this. We've had groups of engineers and analysts that we call the power quality team. SAIDI, which is the average duration of interruption, and SAFE, which is the frequency of interruption, as we mentioned yesterday, are key performance indicators for our company, not just small groups, but across the entire enterprise. And it's what is part of our obligation to serve to our customers and our communities. The integrated resource plan is at a higher level, and it's setting the stage for reliable service all the way down to the customer level. If we do a poor job and don't deliver on the plan, the integrated resource plan, all of our customers will suffer. And so this sets the platform, as Witness O'Connor mentioned, this sets the platform for us to move forward in a world that's changing pretty dramatically, all the way from a generator all the way down to an individual customer on a service line. So I would defer detailed questions to the transmission panel. I think they could get into more detail with you on that. But it's all related. Reliability starts at the top at the bulk electric system and goes all the way down to the most remote customer service that we have. But this is kind of at the high level at the IRP level.
Okay.
Okay. I hope that helped.
But it does. It's just not here, right?
It's not specifically here.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gaida?
Thank you, Chair. This would be for either one of you, but a few questions about loss of load expectation. And I'll state like Commissioner Tucker, if this is appropriate for the IRP team or somebody else, just let me know. But you've talked about it just a little bit. And hopefully I didn't miss this in testimony somewhere, but can you clarify the 0.1 LOLE number gets talked about a lot. Can you clarify the proper term that this commission or anyone should use for that specific value? And when I ask that question, what I mean is this a standard, a metric, a guideline? How would you characterize that specific number?
So I'll give you an initial sort of thought for me, and then, Witness Holman and his sort of dealings with NERC can probably give you some other perspective too. But when we're running, let's say, reliability verification or the ELCC, that's really just trying to simulate how we would actually operate in real life and assess that under the real world conditions that we would find ourselves in. And that's how we get to that LOLE measure, with our thousands of simulations. The way to put it, my perspective terminologically, is you're looking at a 1 day in 10-year event. I don't think that is a formal, like, capital S NERC standard, but it is the lowercase s, standard by which almost all utilities in the country plan, and may or may not be recommended by NERC. I don't know, witness Holman, but subject to check.
Yeah, Commissioner Gaida, NERC does not have a standard specifically addressing of the 1 in 10 year expectation or the industry kind of standard with a small s. But NERC is highly interested and does have standards of preparation to handle significant events so they don't turn into a large load event. I mean, they talk about reserve, maintaining operating reserves. They talk about, okay, under frequency load shed, kind of the last resort to protect the grid against a loss of load event. And then on the flip side of that, we've got to have their standards around black start capability. In the event that it does happen, you have to build the system back. And by the way, just a little snippet on the Iberian Peninsula. While that event was very difficult, and there will be a lot of lessons learned that we will need to mitigate in North America, their black start restoration was excellent. They had most of their customers back online within 24 hours from a blackout that pretty much took out the whole country, Spain and part of Portugal and a small sliver of France. So we can learn from that, because that's not operating experience you want necessarily, but when somebody has it, you better learn from it. So NERC, to answer your question directly, NERC does not have a standard that addresses loss of load probability.
Okay, I appreciate that. So, and the things you brought up just now, we'd probably characterize those as things that, I think you said this, but things that prevent loss of load. That's right. So how long has this, I'll use the term standard, lowercase s, for this 0.1 value, but how long has this been a planning standard for DEC and DEP? And if raised eyebrows mean for longer than you can remember, that's a fine answer too. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've been with the company for 8 years now, and I think we have planned to that for many years before that as well.
Okay.
And I would encourage you to ask the IRP panel. They may have a better perspective, but I'll put it this way, Commissioner Guy, I don't remember a time in my 41 years that it wasn't a planning standard.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just to finish up on this. So it would be, this is really hopefully a yes or no, but would it be accurate to say this commission should consider this specific metric of either high or of the highest importance when weighing the trade-off between cost and reliability in the plan that Duke puts forward?
I think the way to think about it is that it is the foundational level of reliability that we plan to. You know, I think it's possible you might have other metrics in the future the industry is trying to explore, especially as the resources we use to meet load evolve, different metrics that can capture some different elements of reliability, you know, expected unserved energy and minimum and maximum event sizes, other ways of maybe more finely contextualizing that loss of load expectation. But I think it's not so much a trade-off as it is we have an obligation to provide reliable electric service, and we define that at the 0.1.
Okay, thank you. And just one last one. This metric, you probably kind of maybe started to talk about this, but is in your opinion and to your knowledge, is this metric accepted relatively widely, even outside of Duke's operating area, to say, for example, all of the other NERC operating, reliability entities, et cetera?
I can't speak to every entity in the country, but it is my understanding it is a very strong norm within the industry.
Okay.
And Commissioner Gott, I'll add this, and I defer to my colleague witness O'Connor for all the details. I can't go into details, but at a simple high level, if the traditional metric is 0.1, if we were to allow that to suffer or get worse, I don't think we're living up to the general statute of whatever we do, maintaining or improving pump reliability. That's my personal view on that. That language that came out of House Bill 951 grounds, I'm just going to speak personally, grounds me as a test against most things work-wise. Is it improving or maintaining? It's not, we better probe a little bit. And if that number was to go up, I think we'd have to probe a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there anything we need to address before we move to the next panel? Questions on? Yes, sir.
Not sure if I'm first, Mr. Chairman.
Well, if you're first to seek recognition, so,
You have questions?
well,
Okay.
well, I can go back to using that list, or what I thought was more expeditious is let people seek recognition that had questions rather than listen to
fine.
me and call everybody's
Does
name.
that work with you, John? Justin, my mind's not working right now. I'll go ahead if that's all right with the chairman.
All right, Mr. Burns.
Gentlemen, I'm John Burns. I'm General Counsel for CCBA. I have a few questions following up on questions that the chairman asked related to the Iberian incident. The chairman asked you what insights from the Iberian incident you had gathered. And I had many years as a trial lawyer before I started representing this organization. One of the things I learned was not to ask questions I don't know the answer to, and I'm about to break that rule. But I think we need to follow up on a few things here. You testified earlier in your testimony that you are not an expert in European power and the European network and the European grid, correct? You might want to make sure you talk in the microphone. So.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So the conclusions that you've drawn from the Iberian incident, you drew from reading materials and studies that others who are experts in that grid prepared after that incident occurred.
That is correct. Predominantly depending on EPRI, our contacts and resources at EPRI.
All right. And in further response to the chairman's questions, you said that, if I get this correct, that it's important that your operators and other employees at Duke have experience with something so they can learn how to use it, right? Before you can rely on it.
That's correct.
Okay. But you have learned from the experience of others by studying the results of studies of the Iberian incident.
That is correct.
And I would assume that Duke hires exceptional engineers and operators who can do the same thing.
So I would offer this. If operators don't have the appropriate operating experience and history with a particular technology, you're experimenting with the grid. You're treating the grid as a laboratory. And rarely, if at all, in my 41 years have I seen that work out well. And I'm not saying it's impossible to do that, but it involves specific rigor and time and discipline to be able to do that.
Right. Are you familiar with what the level of IBR penetration on the Spanish grid is currently, or at the time of the incident?
Subject to check, it was north of 60%.
Okay, could have been north of 70%.
I don't have that.
Do you know what the penetration of battery storage is on the Spanish grid?
I do not.
Would it surprise you to know that it's relatively small? It's under 25 megawatts?
I know it wasn't really a part of this event.
Okay. So that would be a different system than we have here in the Carolinas.
Oh, correct.
We're nowhere near 70% IBR penetration. And we're growing our storage along with our IBR resources, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
My point was, as we move forward, a key performance indicator for the operators should be, in my opinion, IBR penetration. It's not so much IBR. It's really knowing synchronous generation. How much synchronous generation do you have online providing essential reliability services? In the past, you didn't have to worry about that because the vast majority of our resources were synchronous generators. As that number increases, we've just got to be wary and aware of it and make sure that we don't drift into a condition where we don't have the essential reliability services we need to deliver for our customers and our communities. That was my point.
I understand. And I appreciate that clarification. It's also clear, though, it's also true, isn't it, that instantly reactive storage resources can help react to such oscillation and other overvoltage and things like that.
Oh, certainly. I mean, our experience with pump storage reveals exactly that, but it is an energy limited resource.
Understood.
It is an energy and limited resource. It's a characteristic like any other resource. There are no perfect resources. That's the value of a highly diverse, all of the above approach to generation resources. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. The capabilities overlap and form a strong barrier against events.
Okay.
That's why it's so important. And drifting away from that, and I'm going to be retiring in about a year. Somebody else will be worried about it, but I would caution the industry to drift away from that concept.
There are other parts of the American grid that are more have higher penetrations of solar and wind, aren't there?
There are, yes. Sir.
ERCOT is one of those.
Yep.
And California certainly is one of those.
That's correct.
The ERCOT grid had an experience called the Odessa incident a few years before the incident in Spain, right?
That's correct.
And it was highly similar, based on a lot of the same things. It just didn't result in blackouts.
That's correct.
And as a result of the Odessa incident, NERC actually acted and passed a lot of requirements for ride-through and inverter settings.
And the protection and control standards, that is correct. Needed standards.
And okay. And the most recent similar thing that happened here, it's not at all the same, but it's a risk of a blackout, was Winter Storm Elliott around Christmas a few years ago. And as a result of Winter Storm Elliott, I remember being in this room when you were talking about that. Weren't there a lot of gas and coal plants and what were considered to be firm contracts for imports that failed to deliver at the time they were expected to deliver?
So our gas plants performed very well in Winter Storm Elliott, better than most of our neighbors. We did lose a capacity purchase in both the EP and DC that put us in the situation of making the really, really difficult decision of doing a controlled load shed.
Mm-hmm.
The toughest operational day I've ever experienced in my 41 years, but I was proud to watch our men and women make that decision. They're the only people that can make that decision as NERC certified, job task verified system operators.
And those operators kind of learned on the fly and accomplished a solution to that problem.
I'm not a big fan of learning on the fly.
One of the things they did, though, was access a resource on your system, the pumped hydro storage, correct?
We utilized every megawatt and megawatt hour available to us. On the fly implies that we're flying by the seat of our pants.
I understand you weren't doing that, but your operators are highly capable.
Can I finish my point?
Please, go ahead.
We train per the NERC standards. I believe subjects checked is 300 hours every 2 years. We go beyond that. It is very involved in simulation studies. As Mr. O'Connor talked about, the simulation involved in the planning studies, another link between planning and operations. We do detailed simulation studies where we put the operators through their paces. Now, we can't spell it out exactly like it played out on Winter Storm Elliott, but I can promise you we've gone through high load, low reserve contingency events where in simulation space, a safe place to learn, make mistakes, and get better from it. We covered, you just lost too much generation, you're going to have to do a controlled load shed, which is much better than the alternative, a cascading uncontrolled load event, or challenging your under frequency load shed, or having to do transmission load shed. I think we've talked about it before, distribution controlled load shed, bad situation, but you're taking a scalpel to the problem.
Right.
You hit transmission, you're taking an axe or a chainsaw to the problem.
Right.
Much more surgical. So we do perform on the job training, because at some point you've got to carry training into operating space, but I would not characterize it as on the fly.
If I implied that I was saying they were learning on the fly, I take that back, and I appreciate your answer. But they apply and train to apply NERC standards and make sure that they are abiding by those standards. Right?
We have the obligation to comply. That is correct.
And those NERC standards now include standards that help avoid incidents like Odessa or the Iberian incident.
Correct. Or the events in Northern Virginia involving large data center load.
Right.
We at Duke have already developed and have developed our interconnection process for IBRs. It includes commissioning, includes a really rigorous permission to operate, permission to commission, working all the way through, really through first contact through retirement. And we've developed a very similar approach to our large load customers. We believe we're very close to complying to what the three standards will look like by the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. I have just two more questions or two more other areas of inquiry. To follow up on the last one we were just talking about with Winter Storm Elliott, The pumped hydro storage was a significant tool in helping us get through that, or helping your operators get through that incident, right?
Oh, it was certainly a tool in the toolbox that was very important,
And
but no more important than any other megawatt. We were getting every megawatt hour we could possibly get,
And-
in that situation.
and that we were lucky that day because Christmas Eve was a very sunny day, even though it was very cold. And you used the excess solar energy to pump the water back up into the upper basin so that you could use the pumped hydro the next day.
If I could just object
Okay.
for one moment, Mr. Burns. I think to Mr. Holman's concern, I think we have drifted pretty far from the commission's
Oh, no, I
question
think
about the
I'm right.
Iberian.
I'm right in the middle
Peninsula.
of lessons
If I
learned
could,
from Elliott.
if I could finish my objection, sir?
Go ahead.
I think that this panel discusses Winter Storm Elliott and the company's response to it in great detail with charts and figures in their rebuttal. And perhaps we could save this for then. I do not believe these questions I believe they have gone well beyond the commission's questions.
I think I'm done with that line of questions. So I acknowledge the gentleman's objection and I'll move on to the next area. Thank you. You mentioned in response to another of the chairman's questions, it's actually related to Winter Storm Elliott, but you said, he asked you what lessons have been learned. And you said one of those lessons was that we shouldn't hope to operate, we should plan, right?
Hope it's not a plan.
Right. And I think you mentioned in response that we can't hope that load doesn't get as high as it might, right? That
is correct.
okay. Isn't it true that the preferred plan that you are supporting here today is based on less than the high load possibilities that were identified by the study?
So I'm going to ask my colleague here to speak to that, but I am not hopeful. I am confident that the plan we brought to the commission this week is the most cost-effective and reliable solution to the challenge we have looking forward. You can't. Hope is not a plan. Luck is not a plan. I can't tell you how many times I've heard people say, well, hopefully load won't get there and hopefully temperatures won't get as hot or as cold. And that's been my exact response. Hope is not a plan. We've got to be prepared for outcomes that we may have to deal with. And this plan sets us up to be able to do that in operating space. I'm confident of that, or I wouldn't be up here testifying that I'm confident in that.
And while I'll cover this with another panel, that plan includes continued and significant increases in the amount of solar megawatts purchased by Duke.
I think our plan calls for a inclusion and advancement of our all of the above approach, which includes solar and storage.
Thank you.
And gas. And it's part of having a diverse set of tools and capabilities that provide the operators with the tools they need to in terms of the essential reliability services.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Smith, I think you solved recognition.
Yes, sir. So here.
Hello again, Ben Smith from Environmental Defense Fund. I want to focus again on the chair's questions relating to the IBR penetration, the Iberian Peninsula issue. You mentioned that the Iberian Peninsula does not have the same set of standards for reliability as Duke is required to follow. Isn't that right?
That is my understanding. Correct.
And would you agree in your experience, the U.S. standards for reliability may be better stated to prevent the inertia issue and related issues that occurred at the Iberian Peninsula? Is that right?
I would say, yes, inertia is an interesting phenomenon. It's a characteristic of rotating mass, and it happens within seconds. But certainly NERC standards drive you to have frequency response that supports frequency and helps to address contingencies that create deficiencies or an overabundance of generation. So I would agree with that. I'd say yes.
Okay. And you have some understanding about how, based on your long career of experience, you have some understanding about how other system operators work across the country. Is that right?
I don't claim to be an expert in other areas. I do have experience with our facilities in the MISO region, in PJM region, and in Florida and Carolinas, obviously.
Okay. And subject to check, wouldn't you agree that North Carolina has been surpassed for total megawatts generated from IBR resources by other states such as Texas and California?
I, I'm not in a position to answer that question.
So you're not sure whether there are more IBR resources in Texas than there are in North Carolina?
I don't have that fact.
Okay. And they might have the same type of answer here, but would you agree that other states like Iowa, South Dakota, or Nebraska utilize a much higher percentage of IBR resources for the generation that they utilize in their footprint?
I'm not in that space.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Ledford?
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Just a couple of questions. Gentlemen, Commissioner Tucker asked you some questions. In essence, that there's not a lot of discussion in your testimony about power quality. Do you recall those? And your response was, paraphrasing, that the IRP is high level. It sets the platform for how Duke is going to evolve moving forward.
High level may not be the right adjective. I think it's more foundational. I think the IRP sets the foundation for reliable service across the footprint, if that helps.
That does help. And just to clarify, though, this is not a traditional IRP. This is the CPIRP. Is that correct?
I think by the formal title it is.
Okay. And so this differs from some of the IRPs that occurred before 2021 in that language that we discussed, that statutory language that we discussed yesterday, that the CPIRP shall, quote, ensure any generation and resource changes, maintain or improve upon the adequacy and reliability of the existing grid. That applies to this proceeding.
Is the question, does that apply to this proceeding?
Yes.
It's my understanding it does.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. Further questions on commissioner questions? Yes, Mr. Samolowski.
Yes, Chair Brawley. Justin Samolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. I just have two questions related to Chair Brawley's questions relating Bad Creek to Mr. Holman. In talking about the delays with Bad Creek 2, you began to talk about the capabilities of natural gas that can mimic some of those capabilities. Could you first provide some more specifics to what you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, our natural gas, especially the state of the art, and I'll ask my colleague to also participate, especially the state of the art facilities. They're very flexible. They operate, they provide reactive support, bar support. They're generally rotating mass, so they provide inertia and frequency support. You have governor control that also provides frequency support. AVR, automatic voltage regulator that provides voltage support. You have the flexibility in case you have to do it, in many cases of dual fuel capability. Patrick, did I miss anything?
No, I mean, I think maybe the way to think about it is, this gets back to a point I think Witness Holman made, which is that it's not that one resource is replacing, anything, or one specific plant's replacing, anything in the prior Bad Creek sort of plan. It's the aggregate capabilities of the resources in the near-term action plan that do it. You have storage capability with battery storage, you have synchronous generation from the combined cycles, you have just a suite of capabilities that in aggregate accomplish the same reliability needs for the system.
And when I use the phrase, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, that's what I mean. That the overlapping capabilities, what one may lack, the other one provides. You're avoiding a single kind of mode of failure. It's the strength of diversity. I mean, it applies to a lot of things in life, investments, insurance, a lot of things. But it really hits home here is that you do not want, we train our operators, I mentioned this earlier, you do not want to put all your eggs in one basket. You don't want to just group think yourself into thinking load's going to be here. You've got to be nimble enough to be able to handle if it's a little higher or a little lower. And that was my point.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't think I have any further questions.
Just a couple. I think this sort of started in response to Chair Brawley's questions on sort of a follow-up on the NERC task force on large loads. You mentioned on a couple occasions NERC standards. By NERC standards, you're just referring to the NERC reliability standards, correct?
Yes, NERC mandatory reliability standards. That's right.
I think this was in response to both Chair Brawley's questions and I think also from Commissioner McKissick. And this is with regards to the 3 categories or areas of standards that the large load task force is developing. I think the first one you mentioned was modeling and get the last part. Modeling and studies. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Can I make one quick? So, and this is a NERC detail. So the NERC large load working group now is not developing the standards. That's not the way NERC works. The drafting team, the standard drafting team, the SDT, is developing the standards in close coordination with the NERC large load working group. The working group will exist for a long time as we continue to incorporate large load customers on the grid. The drafting team will exist until all of the needed standards are required. And what I was talking about with these first initial 3 foundational is phase 1. There will be a phase 2. I don't know about a phase 3, but we've already contemplated a phase 2 with more detailed standards, if that helps.
No, that's helpful. My question was specifically with regards to, I think I heard you mention that one of the requirements that will come out of these standards is a move to more transient studies of computational loads that would be integrated to the grid. Is that right?
So I think that's what's going to happen. Whether or not these initial foundational standards are going to get that in depth, I can't say for sure. I'm not on the drafting team. I think what the standards are going to say is you've got to have an interconnection process that covers these things. And one of it will be appropriate studies that ensure reliability. And in my view, and based on discussions I've been involved with, the advancement of transient analysis, of dynamic analysis will become a part of that. Now, when it gets into the actual language, that'll be up to the standard drafting team, and I'm not on that team.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I guess one last question. Would it be fair to say that right now the companies are not conducting transient analyses on computational loads as they're getting integrated?
No, that is not the case. We have capability to do that analysis now. We do that as part of our planning discipline, and even beginning to do it in our operating discipline. I think what we're going to have to be able to do it is more often and more nimbly and more rapidly as we get more large load customers on the system. That's what I'd say.
No further questions.
Sir, Ms. Lure.
Mr. Holman, Commissioner Gaida asked you several questions about the 0.1 LOLE standard, and you discussed the statutory language that requires the carbon plan to maintain or improve upon reliability of the system. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you consider an LOLE of 0.304, which was the result for the high load forecast, to meet that statutory mandate?
So I would ask my colleague that.
I think if you look at how we are constructing the plan, the high load is one scenario among many, and we have shown 2 methods of getting it closer to that reliability standard. But we are planning right now as the foundational step towards meeting those loads with the resources in the near-term action plan. And so, while we did not in the plan itself adjust the high load case with the CTs in 2035 that, the liability verification would suggest are needed, that's not to say that that is a unreliable portfolio. I think it shows us the direction we need to move, and I think it helps us build a reliable near-term action plan.
So I just want to confirm. So the question was whether 0.304 would maintain or improve upon reliability of the system.
If you did nothing and ended up at a 0.3, of course it would not, but that's not how this plan works. This is a check and adjust process where we have a foundation of resources that allow us to maintain reliability.
I think that's the nature of planning. I think this commission wants us to test the system, to determine at what point do we cross concerning boundaries, and the 0.1 would be one of them. And then as my colleague, Mr. O'Connor said, then we check and adjust under the oversight of the commission on what we do to address it as we move forward in time.
I agree.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Are there any other questions on commissioner questions? Okay, it's 12:07.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to get in between us and lunch, but can I ask one question?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Mr. O'Connor, this is probably for you, but following up on Mr. Commissioner Guyda's questions about the LOE standard and Ms. Lure's question for you. Is it your testimony under oath today that based on all the modeling and analysis that Duke has done and your expert opinion, that the plan that the company has presented for approval by the commission is reasonable and reliable for planning purposes?
I do. I think it gives us the foundation towards a reliable plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Durack, what's your next panel going to be?
Our next panel is the load forecast panel,
Okay,
and they are prepared to take a stand now if you prefer to do that before lunch.
what I was thinking we do is go ahead, swear them in, move all the exhibits, do the preliminary stuff, then we'll break for lunch, come back and can just go directly into the cross-examination. Is that agreeable?
That sounds good to us.
Okay, if you'll bring them up, we'll swear them in. Right. Gentlemen, if you'd place your left hands on the Bible, raise your right hand. There's plenty up there. Everybody can have one. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Mr. Jurack, your witnesses.
Good morning. I'm going to start this morning with Mr. Stillman. Mr. Stillman, would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Philip O. Stillman, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services, LLC, as Managing Director of Load Forecasting and Corporate Strategic Regulatory Initiatives.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Andrew Tate. My business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as Managing Director of Economic Development for the Carolinas.
And can you briefly describe your roles and responsibilities?
Yes, my responsibilities include managing Duke Energy's Carolinas economic development teams, which includes 7 colleagues in North Carolina and 3 colleagues in South Carolina with specific geographic responsibilities. Our economic development teams collaborate with state, regional, and local economic development organizations to enable competitive projects that bring capital investment, jobs, and communities that we serve. We provide electrical expertise, a comprehensive energy value proposition that includes delivery timelines, service solutions, programs to meet sustainability goals, and site readiness to improve the marketability of industrial site opportunities across both states.
Thank you. And then last but not least, Mr. Pasty, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Benjamin Pasty. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a principal load forecasting analyst for Duke Energy, serving both Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress.
And can you briefly describe your responsibilities in that role?
My primary responsibilities include developing the company's long-term electric load forecasts for the DEP and DEC service areas within North Carolina and South Carolina. These forecasts and analyses are provided to departments throughout Duke Energy and are used for budgeting, generation planning, and regulatory filings, such as long-term forecast reports, integrated resource plans, and rate cases. In addition to my primary duties, I regularly support special projects requiring statistical analysis and forecasting, including assessment of current and future economic conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Pasty. I'm going to turn back to Mr. Stillman. Did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 34 pages?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to the panel's testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And this panel's testimony did not include any confidential information, is that right?
No, it did not.
And did this panel also pre-file a summary of its direct testimony for the commission?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Brawley, I would ask that the load forecast and economic development panel's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and also that the summary of their direct testimony be entered into the record.
Okay, the direct testimony of the load forecast economic development panel and witness summaries are identified as such and are entered into the record. So at this point, do you have any more preparatory remarks?
I do not.
All right, let's go ahead and adjourn to lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30, at which point cross-examination will begin. Let's go off the record. Afternoon. Let's come to order and go back on the record. So, the Load Forecast Economic Development Panel is ready for cross-examination.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, CC was on the list as having reserved 10 minutes, but we're going to waive and reserve our questions for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Gentlemen, my name is Peter Lifford. I'm here on behalf of the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates. Just have a few questions for y'all today, so we can be pretty quick. Is it fair to say that y'all have a pretty important job in the carbon plan CPIRP process?
Yes, I feel we do.
I mean, pretty much everything in the process builds on your work. Is that fair?
We are a critical input to the process.
And if the forecast is too low, we're not going to have enough generation, and that will stifle economic development. New businesses won't come to North Carolina. Existing businesses won't expand.
That's a true statement. So there's risks of being too low and there's risks of being too high. And I think the public staff, in their testimony identified that very well.
Well, and that was going to be my next question. If the forecast is too high, we will in turn build too much generation, and those costs will be spread across a smaller number of customers.
Generally speaking, yes, but we're back here every 2 years to, I think the phrase check and adjust has been used quite a bit. So we're back here every 2 years to update the process and give a new view of what the forecast is.
And if we get that forecast right, there's a lot of benefits that come with that, right?
So I'm stumbling on the way you asked that question. I think there's a lot of benefits with the forecast to give an idea of what we expect in the future. I think Mr. Holman said it best. If somebody was here, you're going to tell you what he expected to happen in 2031, they're going to be wrong. But hopefully we're directionally correct.
Well, and one of the benefits that comes from a lot of this new load growth is actually downward pressure on electricity rates. Is that right?
Can you say that one more time, please?
One of the benefits from this load growth is actually downward pressure on electricity rates.
Yes, I believe we have a panel coming up that will speak to that.
Yeah. And some of that's because a lot of the unprecedented load growth, that's not just residential consumers, that's data centers and factories that are running 3 shifts that have very high load factors. Is that correct?
It's a combination of all of those things that you just mentioned.
And those large load customers, by nature of their load profile, they purchase a lot of electricity, kilowatt hours. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And because of this, they pay for costs that would otherwise be borne by other ratepayers, like residential ratepayers?
I don't know that I can, or anybody on this panel can speak to that. I think that one would have to be asked of the panel that comes up later. I'd have to think of the name of the panel.
Okay, that's fine. No further questions, sir.
Thank you, sir. EDF.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to ask you all a few questions. And Mr. Tate, I'm going to begin with you. Testified the company's, oh, sorry, I thought I heard something. You testified that the companies provide a comprehensive energy value proposition that includes delivery timelines, service solutions, programs to meet sustainability goals, and site readiness for prospective economic development customers. And that's page 5, lines 8 through 11 of your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do the companies track, and I think it's your panel what I would ask this, but do the companies track whether prospective large load customers have expressed a preference for being served by renewable or clean energy resources?
If a prospective customer makes it known when we initially engage in the process that they desire clean energy resources, renewable resources, or otherwise, then we engage in that discussion. And we've seen a number of customers ask for those features and look for those types of programs.
Have any of those customers that discussed this, have they specifically requested or have they asked for a contractual requirement for clean energy solutions?
We've seen a number of customers engage with our Green Source Advantage and Green Source Advantage Express programs. Typically, engagement, especially from large load customers, is focused first on availability of power and timeline for delivering that power. And we might have a secondary discussion about clean energy resources.
Thank you. And this, I think this is from Mr. Stillman, but anyone can answer. Do the company's load forecast account for any scenario in which the large development customers try to self-supply some portion? Or how does that discussion work as customers approach Duke about coming to the state?
Yes, I'll start and then I'm not sure if Mr. Tate may have something to add to this, but generally speaking, as the customer goes through the process, we in the load forecasting area are made known of what the ramp rate is. So this is their requirements that they have, and that's what we include in the forecast. So I am not sure, but I'm not aware of any companies at this point that have opted for self-generation.
Mr. Stillman, would you move the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you, sir.
I'll add to that, the companies, especially the large load companies that we speak with, are predominantly interested in firm power provided by our company. That is the reason for their engagement with our organization. A few have talked about self-supply. More often than not, self-supply discussions have been restricted to a bridging solution, a temporary tool to get to firm power.
Okay, and I'm going to pick at that a little bit. We talked yesterday about some of the new solutions on the nuclear front, including 10 megawatt type of systems that are currently sort of in the development phase. Do customers ever bring up nuclear type solutions for their clean energy issues?
Rarely, if ever, from a self-supply perspective. Typically, if there is a conversation about self-supply, it might be some combination of solar, natural gas, or battery storage.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Pasty, I have a question for you, and I think it's just I think I just need clarification. On page 33 of the testimony.
I'm there.
The high in the table, load forecast scenario assumptions, there is this behind the meter solar assumption and the high load forecast, the behind the meter solar goes to a low adoption rate. Is that a function of the total piece of the pie, so to speak, in terms of it's lower just because it's less megawatts or relative percentage of power in the system, or why is what's driving that to a low adoption rate?
I think you're thinking about it correct in that the approach was for the high scenario to have assumptions that would maximize demand for load. Our intuition from the perspective of the load forecast, the intuition of less solar would be more demand for energy from the grid.
Understood. And well, I might come back to that. I'll stick with you. This SAE approach for residential and commercial customers is distinct from your use for how you look at industrial customers. Can you explain that a little bit?
I could. And if we were to delve into the realm of statistics for a second, the model for industrial customers involves specifying an equation that exposes variation in energy to discrete terms for weather, for economics, for a series of calendar features, monthly dummies, whereas, and for price. Whereas with the SAE methodology, the factors that I named, economics, weather, price, are combined with measures that we have on the efficiencies and penetrations of the equipment that are relevant to the end uses to build a term that's used in that equation.
Thank you. And where do you get the data for that?
For the SAE
Yes.
term, the data are packaged for us by a data provider named Itron. Itron packages them from EIA data that gets refreshed periodically via the REX survey.
And how do you look at that? Do you validate that data against real customer usage with your smart meters or anything like that? Or how do you, is there a validation method?
Periodically, we are given a chance to reference surveys that are conducted internally or load research data to try to look at that, yes.
And then is there a distinction in how you validate industrial class data versus those? Because I know the data comes from two different places. I'm wondering if the validation is different.
Well, the industrial data there wouldn't be validation with the SAE method because that equation's handled apart from it. So there's no SAE term in the industrial estimation.
Sure, but when you are estimating industrial load, you're using data that you mentioned earlier. And how do you validate to make sure that that data is accurate?
The industrial data that we use come out of our monthly close process. So it would be given to us from the billing system.
Got it. So it's real customer data.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Moving to page 14, line 15. Oh, shoot. I might have the wrong page. One second. I apologize. I'm sorry, it's page 13. And that's beginning of line 16. And that states, additionally, the economic drivers that best align with commercial sales, population, commercial employment, and real median income per household, see Appendix D, Table D2, do not correlate well, and therefore do not effectively predict or forecast future data centers. As such, the historical series of sales to this subclass of customers were isolated and forecasted separately. Can you explain what that means?
That has to do with our efforts to take energy that was historically classified as commercial sales and divide it into two buckets. One of those buckets could be thought of as sales to a group of customers that seemed to best be classified as data center type customers going back to roughly the year 2016. And the other bucket could be thought of as the commercial fringe, which would be customers that were more of the classic types of customers in commercial load, grocery stores, hospitals, churches.
So it's fair to say, for the purposes of load forecasting, you all separate the data center subclasses, I think you put it, from the other typical commercial customers?
Yes, that would be fair.
And going back to the validation issue, and if I'm completely off, tell me, but is there a distinction in how you validate data center load in terms of your prediction it forward and then validating it against either historical or other data that you validated against?
Well, those customers' historical data does come out of the billing system. So we are able to see that who the customer is and their classification based on that. As far as going out into the future projections, the results of that model are held constant going into the future. So there's not growth that would come from that model. We project it keeping at the level that it's at now.
And have there been adjustments in how you validate that with, and I'm going to use my sort of a sitting assumption, so push back on me if you disagree, but that data center demands sizing is getting bigger as time goes on. Said differently, as customers seek to have larger load from their ratepayer perspective, does that change how you validate as you go forward at all?
I would have to say we've treated that historical data as a single bucket of energy. We haven't gone down to a level of sales per customer there. So I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Okay, that's helpful.
But let me, if I can, add to that. So, what Mr. Pasty was talking about is taking the historical load that's on our system. And generally speaking, the data centers that we are seeing in the economic development portfolio are larger. But those are being brought in through the economic development adjustment. It's not trying to be captured through the modeling that Mr. Pasty just described.
Understood. Thank you. So talking a little bit about the testimony on page 21, lines 1 and 2, Mr. Tate states the failure to construct new capacity to serve economic development load, here's the quote, could jeopardize the Carolinas' success and competitive advantage in attracting jobs and taxable investment. The flip side of that is that if we do build and the load doesn't come or the load doesn't follow the terms of an ESA, for instance, is there risk then that would cascade to the other ratepayers?
Can you say that again?
Sure. The quote is that.
What line are you on?
Page 21, lines 1 and 2. I should probably check and make sure I don't have my.
Yeah.
No, it starts at page 20. Failure to, and it's line 22 on page 20, failure to act and communicate, I'm shortening that. I'll read the whole sentence. How about that? As competitive, energy intensive economic development projects continue and concerns about energy constraints become regular headlines, failure to act and communicate a clear plan to construct new capacity that can serve both existing and new customer loads could jeopardize the Carolinas' success and competitive advantage in attracting jobs and taxable investment. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And I guess my question is the flip side of that if you put a lot of pressure on building this generation capacity that you reference here, and the load either doesn't show up or for various reasons isn't able to meet its contractual obligations, does the risk associated with building that new generation capacity fall on other ratepayers?
So first of all, the framework for the testimony there, I want to make clear what the purpose is. The purpose is to indicate that energy historically has not been a constraint in North Carolina's economic development value proposition. And we don't want it to become a constraint on that opportunity for the communities that we serve and the projects they choose to pursue. As it relates to the potential downside, we've shared in the large load technical conference and in other testimony, the protections that we've built into our contractual process to protect and mitigate against the risk associated with a large load project that fails to materialize. And that includes everything from the vetting process up front as a gating requirement into the queue process through a non-refundable study fee, refundable capital that's attributed to interconnection costs, as well as security requirements for termination damages. So we have developed a disciplined and structured approach that takes into consideration the potential for large load not materializing as planned or potentially failing.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought up the technical conference. We reference a lot about check and adjust in this particular type of proceeding. Since the technical conference occurred, have there been any material changes in the way that Duke Energy has looked at taking on the new large load coming into the state?
Our large load queue was put into effect on September 1st, 2025. And I think that's probably referenced in direct testimony, if not rebuttal. But that queue system was part of a system that introduced more structure and formality to how large load projects can actually enter into and request a large load study across the Carolinas. That has been a significant shift from prior to that date, where we did have incremental and evolving terms and conditions focused on large load protection for existing customers. But our large load queue has given us a great deal more structure.
Thank you. So it sounds like you all have taken the information and the data that you've had and you've improved your processes with respect to large load coming to the state. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm just going through to make questions because we've covered a lot already. And I think this is my last line of questions. It might only be one question, but what does the Duke large load team do to keep up with new laws, new tariffs, and new policies that other states and utilities are using across the country with respect to new large load?
Yeah, I can't speak to other utilities' specific large load tariffs in detail, but I can tell you that we do monitor activity with peer utilities, other large load tariffs, and proposed legislation as well.
And do your potential customers ever bring to you ideas from other states or utility footprints when they come to you about bringing large load to North Carolina?
Sometimes.
And is that something that you all take back and consider, or how do you handle that?
We've got a cross-functional team of leadership across a number of different units in our company that has adopted a continuous improvement mindset around the large load space. And if there's an idea that warrants attention or traction, we discuss it as a group.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Justin Simulowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Thank you again to the panel for preparing your testimony. I just have a few questions. And if we can start, can we go to page 7, starting on line 18 of your testimony, please? Okay, thank you. At the very end of line 18, it begins to read, the companies have identified the advancing development scenario as the most appropriate for planning purposes. The advancing development scenario recognizes a portion of the mid-stage pipeline projects that were not included in the 2023 fall load forecast, which informed the company's previously approved 2023 CPIRP. The companies believe that the inclusion of these projects in the load forecast is critical to ensure that the companies are planning to serve future expected demand through the planning horizon. Did I cite that correctly?
You did.
Thank you. So the advancing load development scenario, that pulls in economic development loads that the companies have been aware of for several years. How long do you have knowledge of these mid-stage projects that got pulled in?
Again, I may ask Mr. Tate to clarify about the length of time, but generally speaking, the process that we pick up has been described where we look at these advanced development projects that have either signed an ESA or an LA. And I think what we discovered or what we understood coming out of the 2023, 2024 CPIRP is that if we just identified the companies that were at that stage of the game, And we're fairly sure that those companies were going to show up and bring load onto the system. What we were missing was growth. So if you think about the forecast, we expect residents to move to the state of North Carolina. We expect businesses to open. The approach that we took in the 2023 CPIRP did not adjust for that. So the advancing development was a step to try to recognize that those companies that are in the pipeline will move through and become advanced development identified companies, and at some point, sign the ESA and then bring service to the territory. And I think in the biannual update that we provide to the commission that shows the advanced development portfolio, we've seen exactly that. We've seen the growth in that portfolio of about 2,000 megawatts in each succeeding year in the 3 years that we've identified in that report.
Thank you. So given what you're seeing in that report is there's a working assumption that right now that load, whether it's mid-stage or not, is going to matriculate and materialize. Is that the working assumption when you develop these forecasts?
Yes, I think it is. And I think with what Mr. Tate just described with the queue process, where we are looking at projects again with more certainty, more understanding of the load that they expect to bring on the system. And we're seeing them move through the process.
Okay, thank you. To stay on this line of questioning, can we actually move to page 28 of the panel's testimony to look at figure 5?
Page 20, yes.
Great. Okay, and figure 5 shows the 4 load forecasts developed by the companies, correct?
It does.
And within those 4 load casts, there's sort of a tiering of these economic development loads. I'm going to start with the moderate development. So there you have the ones that have signed an electric service agreement, and they have no discount because that is the type of project that has the highest certainty to materialize.
Yes, as we put this portfolio together, we reviewed the activity that happened from 2023 forward, and we came to the understanding that those that had already signed an ESA were the most certain, so we would discount them the least. In this case, we didn't apply a discount as they were only about 10% of the portfolio.
Okay. And then the advancing development load adopts the same assumptions from the moderate development, but it adds that 2 gigawatts through 2040 to account for that continued development of those signings.
Correct. About 150 megawatts a year beginning in 2028, I believe it was.
Okay. In the advancing development column, that second bullet reads, it is also informed by mid-stage pipeline, approximately 60% discount of mid-stage pipeline with linear growth. By linear growth, is that expectation that the pipeline will have constant growth?
So we were learning the process of the mid-stage at this point. And like I said just a minute ago, we wanted to recognize future growth. So as opposed to identifying specific companies and the ramp rates that they provide us, we looked at the mid-stage pipeline in total and said, let's grow that like I said just a minute ago, 150 megawatts a year, because we were not certain of what that ramp rate would look like. So we wanted to err to the side of caution and assume that that ramp would take a longer period of time.
Thank you. And did the panel have a chance to review some of the direct cross-examination of witness Bowman yesterday, where she acknowledged that North Carolina is first in the country for business?
We were listening, yes.
Yes, thanks. So the panel would agree that this expectation for the linear growth to support this assumption is based on North Carolina's popularity and ability to attract business.
That and the strength of the pipeline that we've seen, and the communications with Mr. Tate and his team and our large account management team of all of the businesses that are attracted to North and South Carolina.
And you just mentioned above that your assumption was 150 megawatts a year. Is the solicitations through the mid-stage projects, is that kind of matching that assumption? Or do you have to adjust that up or down?
So in looking at that pipeline with more current information, using the large load queue that Mr. Tate described, it would adjust it upwards.
Okay. Excuse me as I take notes. Okay. And I think you just answered this with counsel for EDF, but as you were leaving the 2023 carbon plan IRP, there was the best available knowledge to the company at this time was that load was trending upwards beyond the supplemental planning analysis.
Can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so as we were closing out the 2023 carbon plan IRP proceeding, we finished the evidentiary hearing in the summer of 24. The order came out in November of 24. The companies were already working on the assumption that load was trending upwards given all this information.
I don't think of it that way. I think of the proceeding through the 2023, 2024 IRP. We used the best information that we had concerning the companies that were looking to come to the state and looking to take energy. So that was the best information that we've had. I think there have been a lot of improvements in that process since then to where we have much more visibility into the entirety of the pipeline and what those demands look like and the amount of certainty that the companies have as they approach this pipeline and move through it.
Great. And then my last question for the panel on direct, how long does it take to develop a new load forecast before you have to file in the September 1 statutory deadline?
Are you speaking of just the forecast, not the modeling that the IRP team does? And
how far in advance is the forecast? Yeah.
Okay, so we generally have to turn over the forecast to the IRP team in the April to May timeframe. So that's when we look to try to deliver that. The development of the forecast could take 2.5, 3 months to gather all of the different information that goes into it, including the economic development portfolio.
And has the semi-annual reports expedited that fact-gathering process you just described?
We are thankful that the semi-annual report kind of falls in line with our process.
Great. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. NC Warren.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. And gentlemen, you have NC Warren's potential cross exhibit notebook in front of you. There. That's it. This is it. Thank you. Gentlemen, my name is Matthew Quinn. I'm counsel for NC Warren. If you could please turn to NC Warren's potential exhibit 1. Well, I'll identify this for the record as NC Warren Cross load forecast direct exhibit 1. Do you gentlemen rely upon EIA in your job, or do you know what that is? EIA is?
We do.
Okay, it's the Energy Information Administration, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
they are an upstream source of some of our information. Yeah.
You generally find them to be reliable.
Well, we trust them.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so have you ever seen this chart before then? Or this line graph?
I have not.
Okay. Well, I'll just say this. I mean, this is a line graph which shows total electricity consumption per capita annually in the state of North Carolina. Does that appear to be what this is?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the trend, whether it's upward or downward, of total electricity consumption per capita annually in North Carolina? Are you familiar with that?
So what I've seen in our data, it's a trend that typically over time does fluctuate, but I would characterize the trend as decreasing.
Okay, yeah, and that's what this line graph that we're looking at here reflects, does it not, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, your customers annually over time are purchasing less power per customer, right? Just to put it in layman's terms, right?
So certainly, I would think of it as residential customers is probably where you're most likely to encounter this, and that's if you go just by numbers, that would be most customers.
Okay, all right. If you could please now turn to Exhibit 2. Or before I do that, Chair Brawley, I'd like to move NC Warren Cross Load Forecast Direct Exhibit 1 into evidence, please.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, if you could please turn to NC Warren's potential Exhibit 2. And for the record, I'll identify this as NC Warren Cross Load Forecast Direct Exhibit 2. So can you identify this exhibit as Duke's response to NC Warren's data request 1-22?
It is that response.
Okay, very good. So if you could please turn, I don't think we need to read it unless you read the first page unless you want to, but it's the second page I'd like to ask you about, which was the data that we were the NC Warren was provided in response to this data request. So if you could please look at that. And just first of all, would you agree with me that this reflects Duke's historical retail sales from 2016 through 2025?
I would describe the chart as that, yes.
Okay. So let's look at DEC first, and then I'm going to talk about DEP after that. So and I want to talk about retail sales if I could, because I want to remove wholesale out of the picture. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's look at the first year in this chart that Duke provided. You see that for Duke Energy Carolina, DEC in 2016, their retail sales were 79,091 gigawatt hours. Is that true?
That is on the chart, yes.
Okay. Now let's look at 2017. You see 2017?
I see it.
Okay. It's lower than the year before in 2016, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to look at 2020. You see that?
Okay.
Okay. That's in 2020, Duke was lower than in 2016, was it not? Or I should say DEC was lower than it was in 2016, was it not?
That is correct.
If you look at 2021, it's the same thing. Duke Energy Carolinas was lower than in 2016, was it not?
Also correct.
And in 2023, DEC's retail sales were lower than they were in 2016. Is that correct?
They are lower than 2016. They're also higher than 2020.
Well, and you provided a handy reference at the bottom of this. There's an average annual growth rate. See that?
I see those.
Okay, so for retail, just historically, from 2016 to 2025, DEC's average annual growth rate was 0.3%, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's have a similar discussion about Duke Energy Progress, which is the chart below. Again, I'd like to talk about retail sales. And you see where for 2026, Duke Energy Progress's retail sales were 43,606 gigawatt hours, right?
I think you misspoke. I think you meant the year 2016.
Yeah.
They're 43,606.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I did misspeak. Okay. I don't know what I said, but yeah, I didn't say it right. So in 2016, Duke Energy Progress's retail sales were 43,606 gigawatt hours.
I can confirm that.
Okay. Now, the very next year in 2017, Duke Energy Progress's retail sales were actually lower, were they not?
That is on the chart, yes.
And they were lower in 2020 than in 2016 as well, right?
Yes.
Lower in 2021 than in 2016 as well, right?
2021 is lower than 2016 and higher than 2020.
Okay. 2023 is also lower than 2016, right?
Yes.
2024 is also lower than 2016, is it not?
Yes.
And Duke Energy Progress's average annual growth rate is over this period from 2016 to 2025, it's 0.2%, right?
That is the CAGR, yes.
Okay. If you could please turn to the load forecast appendix of the resource plan, Appendix D. And if you wouldn't mind turning please to page 25.
I'm there.
Okay. Now in Duke's resource, in developing its resource plan, the companies use the advancing development load forecast as its base planning assumption. Is that right?
That's a true statement, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. I was going to call on you because you were shaking your head. Yes. So the two tables that we're looking at right now, namely table D25 and D26, these are DEC and DEP's forecasted retail sales by customer class under the advancing development scenario, right?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the tables, basically, when it comes to the load forecast, these are the tables that the company used as its base planning assumption.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Now, we just looked a moment ago at what DEC and DEP's average annual growth rate was from 2016 to 2025, right? We talked about that a moment ago.
Being relatively flat with some interim periods that were affected by the COVID virus. I mean, we all remember what happened in 2020 and how industry shut down and things like that. So when you look back at history, there's a lot of things that influence what this level of sales have been. But yes.
Okay, and just to give context to the question I'm going to ask after this one, but for DEC 2016 to 2025, the retail average growth rate was 0.3%, right?
That was correct from the exhibit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is something provided by Duke, right?
That's correct.
All right. Yeah. So now if we go over to table D25 in Appendix D, this is the forecast moving forward, beginning with the very next year. We stopped our discussion earlier at 2025. Now we're on 2026, right? Now we're was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I moved too quick. Now we're projecting an average annual growth rate of 3.1%, right?
We are projecting a higher growth rate, yes.
I am terrible at math, but the difference between 0.3% and 3.1% is substantial. Was that fair to say?
It is a higher rate of growth, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a lot higher. I mean, it's several times higher, true?
It is true, and it's yes.
Okay. And the same is true for DEP if we look at table D26, right? So you have to turn over to page 26 to look at it. But DEP, the companies are projecting for Duke Energy Progress moving forward an average annual growth rate of 3%, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's compared to Duke Energy Progress's historical growth rate from 2016 to 2025 of only 0.2%, right?
On the retail one, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're talking about.
Right, I got on the wrong call.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. If you could now please turn to table D21, which is on page 22. And let me know when you're there. You're there. All right. So if you could please keep your thumb, actually, before I move on, I'm sorry. Chair Brawley, if I could please move into evidence NC Warren Cross load forecast direct exhibit 2.
Okay, it's admitted.
Thank you. Okay, so gentlemen, if you could please keep your finger or don't lose your place on this page, namely table D21 of Appendix D of this year's resource plan. And while you're there, if you could please turn to NC Warren's potential cross exhibit 10. And let me know when you're there, please.
I'm there.
Okay. Can you identify this exhibit as Duke Energy Carolina's IRP from 2016?
The exhibit is Appendix C from the 2016 Duke Energy Carolinas IRP.
No, that is a very fair clarification. I didn't mean to indicate that it was the entire IRP by any means. It's a lot bigger than that. Yeah, so this is Appendix C to Duke Energy Carolina's 2016 Integrated Resources Plan, right?
Yes.
And this Appendix C that we're looking at is the electric load forecast appendix, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you could then please turn over to page 99 and let's look at table C5. Are you there?
I am there.
Okay. Now, feel free to look around as much as you would like, but I think you will agree once you've looked at this, that this table C5 from the 2016 IRP, this is DEC's projection of electricity sales, namely retail electricity sales, that it made in the 2016 IRP, right?
It does look like that kind of table, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so what I'd like to do is just look at DEC's projections that it made in 2016 and then compare them to how the electricity sales actually turned out now that we know the historical numbers. So do you understand what basically the exercise we're going to go through?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start for 2019, okay? So if you look at 2019, do you see where Duke's project or DEC's projection in 2016 was retail sales of 80,591 gigawatt hours, right?
I can confirm that number, yes.
Okay. Now let's look at Duke's historical retail sales, which that's back on Appendix D of the current resource plan, which I think you should also have in front of you, right?
So that would be table D21 of the
Correct.
current plan.
Yep.
And the retail number there I see is 80,109.
That's correct. So Duke's projection in 2016 would be higher than what actually happened in real life, right?
It does look like it's about 0.5% higher, yes.
Okay. And the projection for 2020 would be higher than the historical in 2022 as well, right?
The gap is larger there, and
Yes.
I will acknowledge it was kind of a strange year.
Okay. And the projection for 2021 was higher than the historical in 2021 as well, right?
Confirmed.
Okay.
But I would have to also say, any comparison of a forecast in 2016 to anything that happened in 2020, 2021, 2022, because of the shutdown in business that we saw during the COVID, whatever you want to call it, the COVID experience that was there, there was a tremendous drop in sales that happened during that period. And then it took a little while for the supply chains to really reestablish themselves. So industry actually stayed suppressed for some time during that 2020, 2021, 2022, 23 timeframe.
Okay. So then I thought I might hear something like that. So we'll keep going with the numbers through time. So I think we were on 2022 now. So can you confirm that Duke's projection in 2022 was higher than the historical way it actually happened in 2022? Is that also correct?
Confirmed.
Higher in 2023, the projection than versus the historical, right?
Confirmed.
Again, it's high. The projection was higher in 2024 than what it actually turned out to be, right?
Confirmed.
Okay. Now the next one, you can look at the first exhibit we looked at together if you want, but I mean, if you were, maybe you know off the top of your head, does it look to you like the projection that DEC made for 2025 was also higher than the historical in 2025? And if you don't know off the top of your head, we can look at the exhibit.
So if I were to compare table D25, year 2025 doesn't appear in table D25. The resource plan starts with 2026.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So if you could go back then to what we marked earlier as it's under the tab NC Warren's potential cross exhibit number 2. We ended up, I think, moving it into the record as load forecast direct exhibit 2. You'll see that 2025 number there.
The number is lower.
In other words, the historical is lower than the projection for 2025, right?
Confirmed.
Okay. All right. Chair Brawley, I would move into evidence NC Warren cross load forecast direct exhibit 3. Yes, sir.
Which one? What's your potential?
It was potential exhibit 10. Yes, sir. Thank you. Now, gentlemen, if you could turn now to NC Warren's potential Exhibit 11.
I'm there.
Can you identify, well, first of all, I'll just say, I'll identify for the record this exhibit as NC Warren Cross Load Forecast Direct Exhibit 4. And can you identify this exhibit as Appendix C, Electric Load Forecast to Duke Energy Carolina's 2018 IRP?
So identified.
If you could please turn to page C7.
I'm at table C7.
Okay. Now, can you or can you verify for me, please, that table C7 represents DEC's forecasted energy sales for retail from 2019 through 2023, as reflected in the 2018 IRP?
That is what C7 is, 2019 through 2033.
Okay. So I'd like to do something similar to what we did before. I'd like to compare these projections to what the historical sales ended up being. So if you could please look at the projection for 2021. No, I'm sorry. If you could please look at the projection for 2020.
Can I just quickly object? Understanding we're going to go through this exercise again, the witnesses have said, I think many times, that the years 2020 through 2023 are not representative of the forecast, and I'm just not sure the utility of walking through this again.
Well, I mean, I think it's still fair for cross-examination. It is a revised projection, but I can ask maybe one simple question of the panel, and if they give an answer I think that they will give, then I can move on.
Well, then ask that question, because you are being repetitive, sir.
Okay, then fair enough. Then let me just ask this. Can you confirm, please, that from 2020 through 2025, Duke Energy Carolina's load forecast projections, as reflected in the 2018 IRP, were higher than historically what the sales were for retail?
I'll leave it to Mr. Pasty to confirm that while he's looking at the numbers. But again, I have to say, picking something pre-2020 and comparing it to the results of 2020, 21 and beyond, I think is a little bit misleading, because the world absolutely changed in 2020. And we're still feeling the repercussions of that. There's still industry that where supply chains are still trying to get worked out. So I think any comparison there is very misleading.
I can confirm Mr. Quinn's observation that historical sales were below the 2018 projections. I would also add that the 2018 projections are closer to what happened than the 2016 projections. So even without perfect knowledge of the 2020 disruptions, as this forecasting unit had a chance to check and adjust, we were able to more closely approximate the future that unfolded.
So at this time, Chair Brawley, I would ask to move into evidence NC Warren Cross Load Forecast Direct Exhibit 4.
It's admitted.
Thank you. I'm going to move topics slightly, gentlemen. Just to give context to a few questions I'm going to ask next. I mean, would you agree with me that the anticipated construction of data centers is a significant factor in the economic development that is helping drive Duke's load growth projections?
That is part of the load growth, and I would say it's more than anticipated. I think there was conversation yesterday around the earnings call from the first quarter. And if you look at the exhibits that were in that earnings call, there were photographs of data centers that were under construction in the Carolinas.
Okay, do you know how many data centers there are in North Carolina right now?
I know from your testimony that that you said there were somewhere around 100.
Does that sound about right to you?
As best as I know, the data centers, and we serve a number of them right now. So we have insight, as we talked a little bit about earlier, because we've broken out the data center component to forecast it as its own little category. So we serve a number of those data centers, and they are different from the data centers that are looking to be served in the economic development portfolio.
Okay, and I understand that, but just to be clear about something, I mean, in the context of the approximately 100 data centers or over 100 data centers in North Carolina, I'll go back to questioning from earlier that per capita annual electricity consumption is going down, right?
Historically, that's a true statement.
Okay. In studying the data centers that you say are going to come to North Carolina, have you encountered in your analysis that there is some resistance from local municipalities or counties to the construction of these data centers?
Yes.
Okay. You could please turn to NC Warren's potential exhibit 4.
There.
Okay. And I actually may be able to make this even quicker than relying on the exhibits. I'll ask a few questions and we'll see how it goes. Are you aware that there's been a temporary moratorium on data centers in Tarboro, North Carolina?
No, we serve very little, if any, of Tarboro.
Okay. So that's not something you're aware of?
I'm aware in general of moratorium activity across the state, but not specifically the one you referenced.
Okay. Are you aware of a moratorium in Wake County?
I'm not.
Okay. I apologize. Well, I actually misspoke. So there's a good reason you're not. I apologize for that. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Quinn, are you going to identify this document?
No, I don't think I need to. No, sir.
All right.
This is what I meant to ask, and I apologize for that misstatement. Are you aware of a 1-year moratorium on new data centers in Chatham County?
Yes. And I will state, however, that I believe that when that moratorium was passed, that the intention was to potentially shorten that, not necessarily take a full year if they could come to conclusion and consensus in a shorter period of time.
Okay. Are you aware that there have been various bills proposed to the General Assembly to propose moratoriums on data centers?
I'm aware of some bills related to data centers that have been proposed in the General Assembly, but I'm not aware of one that specifically proposed a moratorium on data centers in the state.
If you could please turn to NC Warren's potential exhibit 6.
I'm there.
Okay. And I will identify this for the record. It's NC Warren Cross Load Forecast Direct Exhibit 5. You could please, does this appear to be an article on data centers by NC Newsline, sir?
Yes.
Okay. If you could turn to page 3 of 4. And if you could look down, I think it's the 4th paragraph from the top, it begins House Bill 1189. See
Yes.
that? Okay. This says, quote, House Bill 1189, the Data Center Transparency Act, would enact a 2-year statewide moratorium on data center permits to allow the General Assembly time to evaluate the extent and scope of impacts from data centers proposed to be constructed, according to the bill. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, if the General Assembly were to enact a data center moratorium, that would have an impact upon Duke's load forecast, would it not?
I guess I would have to know, is the moratorium going to be are the entities that are going through the pipeline and have signed agreements, would they be grandfathered into the system? I don't know the specifics of the moratorium.
Okay. Well, that'd be important information for your analysis, right? If there was going to be a moratorium, that's something that could be impactful, depending on the details of the moratorium, right?
Could be.
Okay. And furthermore, if local governments, municipalities or counties continue to enact moratoriums, if that dynamic becomes more widespread, that would also be an important part of your analysis of load forecasts, right?
Again, I'd have to understand what the grandfathering is. My understanding is a lot of the entities that we have in our pipeline that we've identified in the advanced development portfolio already have zoning rights. You know, my thought is, without looking further into what a specific moratorium may say, that those entities that are in our advanced development portfolio would probably still continue to advance.
I'll add to that, most of the data centers that we work with don't seek to locate communities where they aren't wanted. We know communities undergo these types of evaluations all the time. Some local governments enact moratoriums to deter that development activity. Some other local governments enact moratoriums to give themselves time to make sure that their zoning documentation and unified development ordinances are up to speed, and that if data centers are going to locate in their communities, that they locate in areas that are consistent with appropriate land use.
All right, I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. You're not testifying, are you, that if there are widespread moratoriums on data centers, that just won't have an impact on your load forecast? That's not your testimony, is it?
I would have to know the specifics. I can't say either way unless I know the specifics.
All right, well, have you studied the moratoriums that have been put into place to date?
I know Mr. Tate and I have talked about them, but other than that, that's as far as I've gone.
So as the guys in charge of the load forecast, you got moratoriums on a significant factor in your load forecast, but you don't know the details of the moratorium.
Because again, I'll go back to what I said about the pipeline before. The pipeline that we have in our forecast, the entities have already achieved the zoning approvals. So those entities are moving forward.
Chair Brawley, I would, if I could, move NC Warren Cross Load Forecast Direct Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Okay, we're gonna move it in, admit it. At this point, sir, I'm gonna take a break.
I was about to say, those are all my questions.
Okay, very good. We're gonna take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you. Let's come back to order and go back on the record. Sace.
Thank you, Chair Brawley, David Neal for SACE et al. We'll forego cross of direct. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public staff.
Thank you, Chairman Brawley. Good to see you, gentlemen. Tom Felling with the public staff. Gentlemen, you alluded to listening to the directive or the cross of Ms. Bowman yesterday. Do you recall when we discussed the Q1 earnings call transcript from Duke Energy with Mr. Sedaris? Were you listening during that discussion?
Yes. I
Okay.
was.
And during, I won't get the exhibit out and go line for line, so I'll paraphrase, but generally Mr. Sedaris stated that there was teams at Duke, economic development teams that were signing load, working 24/7 around the clock, signing load aggressively. I'm assuming that is some of the gentlemen that are sitting here today that he was alluding to. Is that correct?
Yeah, I represent the economic development team for North and South Carolina for Duke Energy, but I do think that he also was probably referring to a broader, more cross-functional team that represents other areas of our business like transmission planning, project management, resource adequacy, load forecasting. So a broad range of folks that have a responsibility in this space.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tate. I hope you catch up on your sleep at some point. But a couple questions, I think, in follow-up to that point that you just made. So in terms of talking about multiple teams working on this issue, just a general question, how does the economic development team, when they are signing a new large load customer, at what point are you all consulting with other teams responsible for generation planning, maintaining reliability? If you could just, give me a quick understanding of kind of how that collaboration works and maybe at what point throughout the process you are having those check-ins.
Sure. So most likely every day we receive some sort of data center inquiry. We track those. Those are pipeline data for our teams. Some of those, it's one call, one email, and it disappears. Others, you have more substantial engagement over time. But that pipeline carries a large volume of projects. The queue that we put in place effective September 1st of last year has had a culling effect on that large volume. We talked a little bit about that in the Large Load Technical Conference. And to be more specific about that, that process includes just to enter the queue for a study for a 100 megawatt plus project, the payment of a non-refundable study fee of $100,000. We require an affidavit, show site control of the property. We require a zoning verification letter from the local unit of government to ensure that the property is permitted to allow a data center as permitted use by right. We require a detailed customer information form with a host of questions and a defined load ramp over a period of time. Those are the gating requirements to enter into the study process. Once a project is qualified as meeting those data requirements, it's reviewed by a broad team that includes some of those other parties I mentioned, the generation and resource adequacy team, transmission planners, transmission project managers, load forecasting, and others. At that point in time, we initiate a transmission infrastructure review. Historically, transmission infrastructure timelines have been the item that have shaped our load ramps in response to a project. And then following that transmission infrastructure evaluation, generation resource adequacy review. Those teams' input helps shape and change the load ramp. So while a customer may have requested from us 500 megawatts in 2029, the output that we provide that customer in the form of study results indicates what we're able to commit to from a contractual perspective. And the part that we're able to commit to is constrained by the results of those transmission infrastructure and generation capacity evaluations. So they're shaped by that. So reliability and system reliability is a guiding principle in that process, and it shapes what we're willing to ultimately contract for with any particular large load customer.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And I guess in staying on that topic of reliability, is there a team that ever consults with you or provides you like a reliability analysis, essentially saying by signing this large load customer in the time frame that they intend to ramp over, we can maintain current grid reliability at like a +1 LOLE or whatever the metric is? Is there like an analysis they hand you or that's presented that you're aware of?
That analysis is not provided to our team. That analysis is performed. And the result that we get back from those studies is changes to the load ramp for that specific customer. So if we were unable to meet that customer's requested load ramp, we might delay it by a year. We might reduce year 4 by some amount of megawatts in order to reflect that input.
Okay, but I think if I'm understanding your answer, there is a reliability analysis that's performed, maybe not handed to you, but there is one.
There's a generation capacity assessment. I think you'll be hearing from a team that could probably speak to more detail about what is exactly performed in that space.
Can you kind of help me understand then how, in the base application that was filed, the base portfolio or the recommended portfolio met that 0.1 LOLE standard. But in the rebuttal case with the advancing development update, presumably based on a lot of these customers that have advanced to the ESA stage, reliability for that same, portfolio slipped to a much lower standard than the 0.1 LOLE. So help me understand that in the context of what you were just saying is, showing analysis that maintains that reliability.
Yeah, I can't speak to the, I believe there's a panel that you're going to hear from. I forget the name of it, but there's a generation resource IRP panel that can answer that question better.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. And just as I think I'm going to start mostly on economic development topics, but there's quite a bit of overlap. So if any other witness needs to add, please, don't hear me trying to exclude you, and then we'll move more into the load forecast topics. But in that same earnings call that I referenced a few moments ago, the load, the economic development and the load in North Carolina has been described as dynamic. To you, does the use of the word dynamic imply that load can either go up or down?
I think dynamic could mean volatility. It could also mean progression. I think it has potential, a lot of different meanings, and I'm not sure what the proper context was.
Okay, but you use the word volatility. Volatility implies changes in either direction, up or down. Is that fair?
It does.
And do you acknowledge that changes in certain economic factors or just the economy in general could cause large load customers or customers to leave our North Carolina system?
I believe there are lots of reasons that could drive a large load loss, or on the flip side, lots of reasons why a customer might choose to expand or grow beyond their original expectations.
And that kind of relates back to that dynamic, being dynamic is tied to economic changes up or down.
Yeah, and from a dynamic perspective, I think what the reference probably is that the influx of attention from large load projects in a relatively short period of time created a new space for all of us in whether it's load forecasting, economic development, or resource planning.
Kind of continuing on that sort of topic of changes in economic development, but how that relates to the load forecast. So does your specific load forecast methodology factor in near-term expected losses of large customers?
Near-term expected losses of, and can you finish that sentence?
Yeah, large customers, large load customers. Are you essentially, you've got them added in as ones you expect to come, but are you also factoring in losses that can occur in the near term?
Yes. So as a function of history, we see business closings, we see business openings. So as Mr. Pasty goes through his work, and maybe I should have let him answer this, but as he goes through his work, that dynamic is picked up in our models.
Can confirm.
Help me understand in what part of the forecast then, where is that captured? Because I understand there's kind of different variable or different components of the forecast overall. So where is that near-term losses in expected large load customer, where is that captured?
Would it help to speak in terms of a figure in Appendix D?
That'd be great.
I don't see a figure offhand that I like, but I'd like to emphasize that the forecast process involves a set of estimations, statistical estimations of the modeling. And then on top of those are the adjustments that are made for things where the future will be different than the past. So that would be for things such as electric vehicles, solar build out, the large sites. And those large sites, what you describe where there might be a large site that's removed from the system rather than added, it would be in that post estimation step. So the statistical work has already been completed.
And if I could, let me add to that, that the economic development portfolio where we're taking load and adding it to the forecast, we're picking up loads that are generally 20 megawatts or more. On occasion, we have been notified of large companies that are shuttering, and we will make that post modification to recognize the closure of companies also when that occurs.
Mr. Pasty, when you suggest that we turn to the appendix, that reminded me, I do have actually one specific question on Appendix D, and that'd be Figure D3. I think we had looked at it earlier when perhaps it was Mr. Quinn that was crossing you. To the extent you already have it open, we can go to it now. That would be on page 11 of Appendix D to the carbon plan application.
I'm there.
And had one question. If you look at the high case block to the right and bullet point 2 that says mid-stage pipeline 50% discount. Does that block or, portion of that estimate, that does not include specific customers, like a group of specific customers aggregated for that number? Is that more of just meant as like a proxy figure to account for represent a group of customers?
At the time that we put this together, that was a true statement. We looked at kind of this pipeline, this mid-stage pipeline that we had defined at a point in time and said, we're not going to identify on a customer by customer basis like we do in the advanced development portfolio. And we're going to take the 50% or the 60%, and depending on whether you're looking at the advancing development or the high case. So it was used as a proxy for that additional growth that we expected. I do think that as the processes have improved over time, we're now looking at this, what I'll call the mid-stage pipeline, or we call it the developing pipeline in our rebuttal testimony. That is taking a deeper dive and looking at the specific companies now that we have better insight into that.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see, hopefully we can save some time if I'm able to cut some questions. So if I'm eyes down in my notes, it's with the intent of maybe saving you all some time up there. Getting back to sort of the tie between economic development and a tie into the load forecast. Would you all agree with me that the way we are forecasting economic development as a portion of our load forecast is different from the way we historically had put together the load forecast in North Carolina prior to 2022?
I don't think I would agree with that. We've always had these adjustments that were made after the modeling was done. So think about electric vehicles or think about rooftop solar. So there are things that the models do not pick up that we need to make sure that we adjust for to capture in the forecast. I think the only difference here is that now we're looking at a set of customers that are coming in that are much larger than what our model process would typically pick up. As a result, and we described this in the 2023, 2024 CPIRP, as a result, we had to start the process of post-modeling, making the adjustment for these large customers, just like we do for energy efficiency, economic or electric vehicles and the like.
Fair enough. I guess the point maybe that I was trying to get to is that the magnitude of the load additions from, discrete and, identifiable customers and how they affect the load forecast is something that we were not looking at in terms of load forecasting in, prior to 2022.
We did not start that particular adjustment until the 2023, 2024 CPIRP.
Okay.
And as you see, as we've seen over the time, the amount of those customers, the number of those customers, the size of those customers continue to increase. And we continue to feel more certain about the load really with every iteration as they move through this pipeline.
Would you agree that with the magnitude of the load that are being brought by a smaller number of customers, so fewer people bringing more megawatts or gigawatts of load, that in terms of forecasting, the movement of just one or two of those high magnitude customers out of North Carolina or shifting their plans, their timelines, that can have a substantial impact on the load forecast. Is that correct?
It can, and we monitor that. So every time that we do the update with the large account management team and the economic development team, the nice thing is we have this identity into a company by company view. And we provide that to you all and other intervening parties. So you can see where entities have either increased their expectations, decreased, moved out, moved forward. We're seeing all of those activities.
Okay. And so if in that scenario, if you've got one or two very large customers that either cancel their plans or substantially delay their plans, but Duke has taken steps to add generation designed to serve that load, that sort of result can have a serious impact or serious implications for our system. Is that correct?
In isolation, the example that you're giving in isolation, I would agree. But I need to continue to say that the pipeline, and I think Mr. Tate has talked about this in testimony, there are a lot of companies that are looking to move into the territory. The pipeline's robust, and if one were to step away, there'd be others that moved in. And we have seen that over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. We have seen where we have identified a few large company additions specifically as part of our advanced development portfolio. They have stepped away, but there's been others that have come in to replace them.
I want to go back in time, back to the 2023 CPIRP. And in that docket, the companies filed a fall update. That was an update to the initial spring load forecast. Is that correct?
Yes.
And now in the 2025 CPIRP, the companies did not file a similar fall update to the 2025 spring forecast. Is that correct?
We did not.
Okay. Did the companies create a load forecast in the fall of 2025?
We did.
And why did the company not produce that fall 2025 load forecast?
So let's step back to what happened in 2023 as an example. And I'm going to give generalities because this is going off of memory and it was a few years ago. But in the 2023 spring update that informed the 2023 CPIRP, we had identified, I think, somewhere between 5 to 8 companies in the load that went along with those 5 to 8 companies. Between the spring and our fall update, the gates came off, the doors flew open. There were a lot of additional entities that were coming through that we would call a part of our advanced development portfolio, that were signing agreements that wanted service. So that change from the spring to the fall of 2023 was material enough And the cases that the forecasts that we had supplied to the IRP team, we always supply a high, a low, and a base as a minimum standard to our IRP team. The high case in that time frame did not address the additional load that we were expecting to see from that portfolio. Fast forward to 2025. Our spring update informed the 2025 CPIRP. Our fall update really was not much different than our spring update. And again, I think the thing I would point to that would be illustrative would be our biannual update of economic development load. I think we all can agree that the one item that's moving the forecast the most right now is the addition of our economic development load. And in our biannual update to this commission, our portfolio actually went down a little bit from the spring of 2025 to the fall of 2025. So there was no need to go through that exercise of refreshing with the fall update.
I'm sorry, Mr. Summit, I just want to make sure I had something you said correct. You said the load went down from the spring of 2025 from the fall of 2025 compared to the spring?
I'm talking specifically about the advanced development portfolio as reported in the biannual update that we give this commission. That portfolio was roughly the same, just a little bit less than what we had reported in the spring of 2025.
Okay. And I think you mentioned at some point in that answer that as a result of the economic development update, we are now at the high case.
I did not mention that as part of that answer, but in our so you're moving forward to 2026 now, with the 2026 from the fall of 26 to the spring of 26, and looking at that advanced development portfolio again, we've seen an additional about 2,000 megawatts of interest in our economic development portfolio.
Okay, well, let me ask the question another way. Actually, as a result of the economic development update that was filed in the sub 208A docket, and as well as some other projects that were identified in rebuttal, just as we sit here today, we're actually projected to be above the high load sensitivity. Is that correct?
After you get past 2032, that's a true statement. I should say that the exercise that we performed was really isolating in on the economic development the economic development portfolio, and looking at what the difference that we saw in the spring of 26 compared to what we had in the advanced development and the high plans that we had submitted.
And Chair Brawley, this isn't a formal objection, but I'm just noting that we're getting into rebuttal territory here. And there's a lot of discussion in this panel's rebuttal testimony that goes into depth on that spring 26 large load report and the updated forecast.
Fair enough. And I recognize that. It was just the purposes of that one question, kind of since there was a reference to comparing updates that have been made. I just wanted to capture it here, but I'm moving on.
Well, I appreciate your desire to get us out of here quicker. So if you can finish rebuttal today, then yeah, thank you.
Noted.
We'd also be fine with that.
All right. Well, I am subtlety is not lost on me. All right, just to stress the timing and finish up on this thought, to stress the timing of that economic development update. We referenced that there was no fall update to the spring 2025 load forecast. There was an update made in the sub 208A docket, but that was made after the public staff and interveners filed their testimony. Is that correct?
Are you speaking of the fall update?
No, the economic development update that was filed by the companies in the E-100 sub 208A docket that captured or sort of broke down I think it's 2.7 gigawatts, but if it's 2,000 megawatts, I'll defer to the expert on that. But that filing was made after the public staff and interveners filed their testimony in this case.
Correct. It was made in April, following our normal process. and putting the portfolio together to support our spring 2026 update. That's when we had gathered the information in order to support the April filing.
And there's one small question that I missed in my notes above when I was trying to save us some time. So hopefully this goes quickly. In terms of assumptions made about large load customers and load reflected in their ESA and ramps reflected in their ESA, the assumption is that those ESA customers are bringing the full amount of that load when they've contracted to bring it without any sort of reduction or modification. For planning, that is the assumption. Is that correct?
That was the table that either you or Mr. Quinn brought us to, showed the discounting approach that we took in the IRP. And you're right, the ESAs did not have a discount in that portfolio.
All right, let me check with my colleague. All right, no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Redirect by Duke.
Yep, I have just a couple of questions and I'll keep them pretty quick. Mr. Tate, starting with you, do you recall Mr. Quinn for EDF's question? Sorry, for NC Warren's questions regarding the moratorium on data centers or moratoriums on data centers?
I do.
And are you aware of other communities in the state who might welcome a data center?
Absolutely. I think that the same way that every site is not a good data center site, that every community might not be an ideal community for a data center. What we've seen over and over again is that there are communities across this state who desire the benefits that come with a data center, the jobs, the tax base. And there are communities across North Carolina that have integrated data centers as a part of their marketing strategy and their comprehensive economic development strategy. And while that's not every community, there are certainly communities that can speak with a lot of volume about the benefits of those projects. We worked really closely on a project recently in Richmond County, and the local economic developer there shared a story that they'd shown that site, it hosted site visits with 47 other economic development projects before that data center landed. So for years, they've been marketing that site and have been unsuccessful in landing a project. And the chair of their board of commissioners, Rick Watkins, noted the fact that the AWS project would triple their tax base. There are communities in North Carolina that absolutely desire data centers and want them to look for a way to attract those the same way that other communities might look to attract life science or headquarters or general manufacturing projects.
Thank you for that. Next question is for you, Mr. Stillman. Mr. Felling just now asked you about the impact of projects leaving the pipeline. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you testified that for every project that leaves the pipeline, there's another one ready to join. Did I get that right?
Yes.
And is it also true that the discounting that the companies apply to projects in the economic development portfolio also protects against that risk of attrition?
It certainly does. And we've learned really going from the 2023 CPIRP to the current the 2025 that we filed here. You know, we took the experience that we saw and how those companies were changing. We looked at the experiences that we have as a company and how our processes are improving. So we pay a particular attention to the discount, not only of the ESA versus the LA categories, but what the discount in the portfolio is in total to recognize that some of those companies may fall out.
Thank you for that. Last question. There's been a fair amount of discussion about the meaning of the word dynamic between yesterday and today, including Mr. Felling's question to you just now. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tate. Over the last 3 planning cycles, would you agree that the trend for the economic development load has been increasing?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, we'll do commissioner questions. I've got just a couple. At a high level, can you explain how firm a commitment a customer is making when they sign an ESA with Duke in terms of likelihood of finally receiving service, as well as the final actual demand and ramp rate?
I'll share a little bit, Chair Brawley, about the contractual terms and conditions we use to help encourage accuracy in load ramp and planning processes. And I've shared a little bit before and also in the large load technical conference about the gating requirements to get into our study process. It has a culling effect on the large volume of projects that we see. Once you get through a study, and as I mentioned earlier, that study includes both transmission infrastructure and generation resource adequacy reviews, and we move forward to letter agreement. If a prospective large load customer signs a letter agreement, 30 days later, they have to make a cash payment to us that is equivalent to the estimated cost of interconnection. I've seen those range from $20 million to $80 million roughly. So we are quickly testing the financial wherewithal of a project like this to make a commitment, and that's prior to an ESA. Once we receive that capital payment, then we start a clock to get to ESA. The reason why we start a clock to get to an ESA, historically, we would sign ESAs at energization of the delivery. These large load deliveries often take 2, 3, 4, 5+ years to construct the necessary infrastructure to be able to be in a position to consume electricity. With that timeline, we wanted a vehicle to be able to securitize against the work and ultimately the commitment that we were making. And so by accelerating the timeline to ESA, and it's now 90 days after that refundable capital payment, that large load customer has to provide security that relates to the termination damages if that project were to not materialize or were to fail in some form. That security comes in the form of parent guarantees and or letters of credit. So we hold those vehicles as security if the project does not materialize. All of those features together culminate in features that press a customer to be accurate in their load planning projections and to be willing to put financial resources behind that commitment. Another feature in our ESA for large load customers is an enhanced minimum billing demand at 75%. So that project is going to pay for 75% of electrical consumption, of 75% of the contract demand, regardless of what they actually consume. So altogether, those features encourage accuracy in the process.
Thank you, sir. Are there instances in Duke or maybe other jurisdictions of which you're aware where customers have walked out after the ESA was signed?
I'm not aware of large load ESA in the North Carolina market that would fit that. And I'm sure there are instances of that. I'm just not familiar.
Okay.
If I could add to that, I will say that in our economic development portfolio, there have been some instances where a manufacturer, so not the large load data center, but where a manufacturer has walked away.
Okay.
And when we say large load, I'm typically referring to 50 megawatts at a certain threshold or 100 megawatts for some of our terms and conditions. But yeah, lots of churn in the normal course of business with projects that fail to materialize, but also at the same time, projects that new markets that are emerging or existing businesses that are expanding.
Okay. How did Duke determine its discount percentage for each economic development stage in the advancing development portfolio, and what factors are included in the discount?
Yes, so we built off of the work that was done in 2023. So there was some econometric work that helped inform us of the 2023 discount. In that particular time, as you went out, or that particular update, as you went out in time, I think the portfolio discount, for example, once you got out 5, 10 years, was 20% or something like that. We took the opportunity to look at how those projects that were in the 2023 portfolio advanced. For those projects that had ESAs and had gone to full service, so there were 4 projects that had ESAs and had gone to full service. They were coming in very close to the anticipated load that we had included in the forecast. So that informed us of the ESA category in 2025 being only 10% of the portfolio. We felt comfortable because of the certainty there to not put a discount on that particular category. The rest of the portfolio from 2023, we did see attrition of those entities that were in that portfolio, probably close to 40%. But we've talked a lot about the improvements that we have made over time in looking at and identifying the load ramps and the certainty of the companies. So we didn't think a 23% reduction was correct. So we discounted the LAs and mid-stage pipeline to get to where we had a portfolio discount of, I think it was roughly 23% or so.
Now, just for I want to restate a clarification for what I'm hearing when you're talking. When you're saying discount, you're not talking about reductions in money. You're talking about reducing the forecast amount so that the total of all of your portfolio is less than, quote, the nameplate, but it is to reach a number that is more reasonable to be the accurate aggregate of everything that actually goes online. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Brawley. It's the reduction that we took to the economic development portfolio that informs the forecast. So we didn't put in 100%, we put in roughly 77%.
Well, the reason for my question, I didn't want a casual listener to assume that we're sitting here talking about giving really reduced rates to data centers when we're not talking about that.
No. People don't let me talk about money. I only talk about gigawatt
I
hours.
understand, but we do not want to accidentally create a misperception. Are there other questions from commissioners? Mr. McKissick.
I'll just follow up on that last question that Chair Brawley raised, and that's in concerning the companies that have signed letter agreements that are kind of mid-stage projects. I think you said it had been about a 40% attrition rate. Do you feel pretty good? I mean, if it's a 40% attrition rate, I mean, that's 40% of them dropping out. So you feel pretty comfortable with what you're looking at in terms of that theoretical reduction, I'll call it that, as opposed to a discount rate to avoid any potential confusion among people who might be listening to this conversation?
Yes, I feel very good about the process. And the reason I feel good about that is now we have hindsight of our 2026 portfolio. So if I take only those entities that were in the 2025 portfolio and look at where they stand today in the 2026 portion of the portfolio, we have seen roughly that 25% reduction. So it's very much in line with the discount that we applied to the total portfolio.
And I think you indicated that these projects are ones that will be 50 megawatts or greater. Is that correct?
For purposes of the forecast, we look at 20 megawatts and greater.
20, yeah, that's the standard you've used.
Yes.
All right. So when the 50 megawatts was referred to a few minutes earlier, I'm not sure if it was your testimony or Mr. Tate, perhaps, what was that in relationship to? So it's clear in my mind.
I referenced 50 megawatts and also 100 megawatts as it relates to large load ESAs. Right. And those are thresholds that we use internally with terms and conditions that are associated with each threshold.
Because as I recall, the 20 megawatts or greater is what you're using more generically for large load. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
When you're doing your reports and identifying companies and referring to large loads, you're counting those are 20 megawatts or greater?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this, and this is moving away from kind of I guess it moves more towards some of these economic development projects. And you mentioned economic development projects that are discrete and identifiable. And there's one that immediately comes to my mind. I'm sure it comes to mind of a lot of people because of recent matters that have been in the news about an electric vehicle manufacturer that doesn't have vertical walls up yet on their site. What kind of load were they looking at needing, if you might know?
I do know. I will tell you that in our 2026 portfolio, we did not include anything for that load.
You did not include
We did
anything?
not.
All right. That's what I was concerned about, to the extent to which it would have been included and the extent to which it impacted magnitude.
In our spring 2026 portfolio. So what we just provided in that biannual update in
Yes.
April, that particular entity was not included.
That was not included. And I don't want to get into anything that's going to be coming to us on rebuttal, so I'll leave my questions at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully be quick here. Mr. Tate, I'm envious, having been in sales and marketing, to have more customers than I have product, and you're selling electricity. That can be a stressful situation when people are trying to come to you. About a year ago, we were in a leadership meeting together, and I shared with you that I had a constituent back when I was in the Senate that had a 240 kV line running through 400 acres. And I asked you about, as far as a timeline, at that start to be able to generate power. And you said that date, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was 7 years.
I guess it's 7+. That's correct.
7+ now. Wow. Okay. How many advanced development projects are in the queue now, whether it be manufacturing or data centers?
So when we talk about the advanced development pipeline, those are projects that have essentially exited the queue and are under contract and are moving through development and construction cycle.
Done deal is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and so if you talk about the pipeline as a whole, our pipeline includes, in North Carolina, it's a little over 300 projects right now, all across the state in a variety of different sectors. If you look exclusively at data center projects as part of that pipeline, it's about 20% of the total pipeline that make up data centers. Now, not all of those projects are in our queue. Oftentimes, those are early or preliminary conversations that have not advanced to the point yet we have actually initiated a study.
I'm asking about the ones that are a done deal, that they're coming and you've allocated the load for them, et cetera.
Yes. So in our, and I'm thinking that you're asking about our latest update that came in April. In the latest update that came in April, I think we said there were 43 companies. 43 companies in total that made up the advanced development portfolio.
Okay. Mr. Stillman, did I understand you that because there's so many requests for data centers that you have a special category of tracking or something for them now? Is that correct?
Well, what we did, so it's roughly correct. But if I could add to that, what we've done is in estimating our commercial forecast, we've recognized that the data center activity really doesn't respond to the typical econometric variables that we use, such as income and state GDP, things like that. So it was not a good way to estimate the growth in data centers. So what we did was we removed the two, we bifurcated it, and then we made the conscious decision of saying, for data center growth, we're going to add in the economic development portfolio, and we're going to hold the current data center companies that we provide service to. We're going to hold them at a no growth rate. So the only growth that is in our forecast related to data centers is from the economic development portfolio.
Okay, all right. Mr. Paskey, if I may ask you a question, you went through that exercise earlier on all those charts and years and percentage of growth or lack thereof.
Yes.
You know, I'm sitting here with a college professor, engineer, and an accountant and a lawyer, and I'm just an old heat and air guy. I'm trying to understand from the 50,000 foot level. What did you glean from that? I saw a number at 3% in 2025, and then from 16 on, and then taking into consideration Mr. Stillman's assertion about the COVID era, that the retail growth was flatlined. Is that what I read or understood from that?
Well, if I might summarize, I think what
Please
can
do,
be
please do.
seen from the historical data would be several dynamics that caused the historical energy demanded by our retail customers to slightly decrease at some points during the last 10 years. Although the trend, if you were to calculate it specifically from the year 2016 to 2025, would have been a slight positive increase. I think the message of the comparison that I was asked to produce was that the forecast growth rate is higher than the historical growth rate over that period. Something that I would argue is explained by economic projections as well as the appearance of several factors that are going to make the future different than the recent past. One of those factors would be the growing electrification, particularly that led by electric vehicles. Another factor would be the appearance of these large economic development sites.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to understand, last number I heard, there were 157 people a day moving to Charlotte and probably that many in Wake County. And that growth rate there, I was trying to understand that exercise as best I could.
Absolutely. And that growth, Councilman Tucker, appears on the residential column of the historical data in those exhibits. What can be seen in the historical data are that the residential energy has been growing at a rate faster than the retail energy growth rate. That's something where even though the average residential customer uses a little less energy today than that average customer was using 10 years ago, there are many more of those customers. Even following
there you go.
The return of the surge, we're seeing the number of residential customers grow today, I think, at greater than 1.5% a year.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that clarification. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gaida.
Thank you, Chair. This one would be for any of you. I'm not sure if you heard the question I asked Ms. Bowman yesterday, and if you didn't, that's all right. But kind of related to her answer, when you look at the nature of this biennial planning process, and of course, we're all acknowledging there's rapid changes kind of happening that you're especially dealing with in the forecasting world. Are there any new methods or processes in the forecasting realm that you'd want to share with the commission that you're considering when you're trying to figure out how to integrate that with a biennial planning process?
I apologize, Commissioner, but I think I'm conflating the twice a year update that we provide that shows the advanced development portfolio to the once every 2 years that we go through the IRP exercise. So I'm not sure which one you might have been asking about.
Oh, well, sorry. In general, this entire proceeding is about an every 2-year planning process. Yes. And I acknowledge the fact that you're providing doing forecasting and providing updates that are more frequent. And so it's yeah, there may not, it's a very open-ended question, but as we're dealing with rapid changes, one of you, I believe, made the comment that, you're getting calls, every other day or so, if I'm paraphrasing, on new loads, large loads especially. And I just don't know if there's anything new in your processes that you're considering to just, again, in the forecasting realm, to, in other words, if you're updating things, say, twice per year or something like that, do you feel like this process in general is doing what you needed to do? Or are there other things you're considering? It's very open-ended. There may not be much to this question, but I thought I'd ask.
Right. So I think that I would respond by saying that the forecasting process is a very robust process. And it takes, I think I mentioned to somebody earlier that it can take about 3 months to produce a forecast. And then that's to produce, and then we have to go through the review process and also it's an extensive period of time to produce a forecast. So I think the process that we have in place, speaking from the forecast, of producing something twice a year, looking to see results, paying attention to the economic development portfolio with Mr. Tate and the large account management team to see are things changing from what we had expected when we put the forecast together. I do think that those processes currently work very well. We're always trying to improve them, but I do think that the processes that we put in place are working very well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Questions on commissioners' questions?
Chair Brawley, yes, David Neal with Say Set All, if I can jump in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, Chair Brawley asked you a question about how firm the ESAs are, and you went through a number of the terms of those ESAs. I just had a couple clarifying questions. Were the terms you were going through in response to Chair Brawley's question the 100 megawatt and higher ESAs, or did that apply to both the 50 megawatt and the 100 megawatt?
Those features, the total of those features were 100 megawatt plus projects.
And how many of those 100 megawatt projects have signed the ESAs with the provisions that you described?
I believe it's 6, but I'd like to check that.
And I believe the last of those provisions you mentioned was a 75% minimum billing demand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you would agree that those ESAs also contain a liquidated damages clause?
Yes.
Is the liquidated damages clause in each of those ESAs identical, or do they vary?
The liquidated damages are a function of minimum billing demand over the contract term. So they vary depending on the actual megawatts by year.
But the liquidated damages provision is tied to that 75% minimum billing demand.
It is.
Thank you. And last question, if one of those 6 or however many of the economic development projects that have signed the ESAs with those provisions that you described were to go bankrupt, that might threaten the ability of Duke to recover those liquidated damages. Don't you agree?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that question, but I will tell you that part of our safety net for a process like that is, I mentioned the cash payment that we accept as refundable capital. That's exclusive to interconnection costs. So that is available to us, and also the letter of credit, the liquid nature of a letter of credit. But there might be another panel that could maybe better answer that question.
No further questions.
Other questions on commissioner questions? Yes, sir.
Just somebody say, yeah, sorry.
I probably do.
Tell her your name.
Yes, Ben Snowden on behalf of Microsoft Corporation. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just have a few questions following up. First on questions asked by Commissioners Brawley and McKissick. And I think Mr. Tate, in response to some questions about Duke's large load customer queue, you mentioned that there was a significant reduction in the queue of large load customers
that occurred when Duke changed its requirements for new large load customers?
The queue took effect on September 1st. So on September 1st, there were 0 large load projects in that new queue. Prior to that date, we had a large volume of projects in the process that we worked through on a backlog. Since then, the new queue process has started to replenish and fill.
Thank you for that clarification. When I say queue, I think I was meaning that colloquially before the formal queue was established. But a number of projects dropped out when Duke implemented the gating requirements and other requirements that you all mentioned. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that one of Duke's motivations in implementing those requirements was to reduce the number of speculative projects that were seeking service?
Our goals in that process were to look for opportunities for a project to showcase their readiness. So if you don't own or control the land that you're asking us to study, you're not ready. We're also looking for an opportunity to test local alignment. We are reacting to these projects. So the zoning verification letter is our opportunity to request from a local government a thumbs up or a thumbs down as to whether or not that project allows a data center by permitted use. And if not, for the project to initiate a rezoning process. So our intention with that was to make sure that we were focusing our resources on the most ready projects and the projects that had the financial wherewithal to stomach some of the features like refundable capital and the security requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Actually, with that, it's a great segue. I'd like to discuss briefly some of the requirements that you talked about in response to questions from Chair Brawley. You mentioned specifically the capital commitment that's required after the execution of a letter agreement, which you said could range from $20 to $80 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What happens to those cash deposits if a large load customer does not move on and execute an ESA?
Those large load deposits, and when I say 20 to 80 million, let me also reference, it could be less than that, it could be more than that. Historically, that's been the range. But if a project fails to materialize, then we would first reimburse actually incurred expenses from that amount. And if they terminate the project, then those funds would be, I think, converted to CIAC.
And so the gist of that is that those funds are there to cover Duke's actual expenses incurred in preparing to serve the customer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And now moving on to requirements after the ESA is executed. You mentioned termination damages that would be paid in the event a project walks away from an ESA. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And without asking you to disclose any confidential information, could you give me an idea of what the magnitude of those exit fees or liquidated damages would be?
I've seen them range up to 100 or $120 million.
Okay, so fairly substantial damages.
Yes.
Okay. And those liquidated damages kick in as soon as an ESA is signed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So if a project were to terminate long before it achieves service, it would be required to pay that money directly to Duke Energy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Any other questions from commissioners?
Just
Mr. Felling?
Thank you,
Okay.
Chairman. Gentlemen, the question from Commissioner Chair Brawley on the concrete sort of terms of an ESA. You'd agree with me that ESAs and their terms are contracts created by Duke. They've changed, they can change because they're contracts and not rules of the commission or statutes or otherwise. They're not governed by the commission or statutes at this time. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, I guess just one more and follow up. Can you agree with me that over time, the terms of the ESAs have changed from customer to customer and from time to time?
We have taken a stance since we first met with public staff in late 2023 to kind of share what we saw coming, large load projects in a much larger than what we were accustomed to and a larger volume than we were used to. At that time, we set the table to ask for service regulation changes that ultimately were made in January of 2024 that enabled us to require enhanced performance and credit provisions for 100 megawatt plus projects. Since that point in time, we have adopted a mindset of continuous improvement, and we have looked for ways to build protections in place that protect existing customers from the risks associated with large load projects not materializing.
I appreciate the context, and I think just so we've got it in the record, I know that I'm aware of that, but I do want it in the record. If I were to look at Duke's ESAs over a period of time, I would see changes, correct, to
You
those
would.
ESAs from time to time, from customer to customer.
Yes, but what I'm concerned about when you say that is it could suggest that we were indiscriminate in our treatment from customer to customer, and that is not the case.
That's fair clarification. Yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions on commissioner questions? Okay, Ms. DeMarco?
None from Duke.
Okay. Gentlemen, we'll see you at rebuttal time.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break. Say 10 minutes. Be back at 5 after. Go back on the record. So this is natural gas and low carbon fuels?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brawley. The natural gas and low carbon low carbon panel is now on the stand.
I'd like to proceed. Are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Excuse me, you're right. Gentlemen, would you put your left hands on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Excuse me, you're a witness, Mr. Higginbotham.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Beginning with witness Donashad, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Daniel Donashad, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas, LLC, known as DEC, as General Manager, Generation, Execution, and Technologies.
Will you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I lead a team that helps prepare the generation fleet transition strategy and coordinates execution of the company's generation transition. My team works closely with many cross-departmental teams to support and achieve execution of the company's integrated resource planning process, including the company's 2023 to 2024 carbon plan and the integrated resource plan, the 2023 CPIRP. My team's scope includes proposing strategic decisions, preparing business cases, and or seeking approvals of special projects, for example, gas co-firing, coal retirements, and significant new construction. My team also helps inform and then execute aspects of the company's 2025 CPIRP supply side near-term action plan, or NTAP, and execution plan. Additionally, my team coordinates and supports research, studies, and pilot projects related to hydrogen as a potential fuel source for electric generation, carbon capture and sequestration known as CCS, and potential emerging generation technologies.
Thank you. Turning to you, witness Mitchell, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is H. Lee Mitchell IV. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the Director of Fuel Strategy and Planning for Duke Energy.
Will you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, my responsibilities generally include directing enterprise fuel strategy for all regulated Duke Energy electric utility subsidiaries, and specifically supporting Duke Energy's generation transition away from coal to cleaner burning fuels such as natural gas and other developing alternatives. This includes the management of long-term fuel planning, implementation of fuel-related initiatives, and leading the execution of strategic transactions to improve fuel security and supply to reliably and affordably serve Duke Energy's customers.
Thank you. Turning to you, witness Hofflich, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Peter Hofflich. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed as a principal engineer in the Generation Execution and Technologies Group for Duke Energy.
Will you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, my responsibilities include the identification and evaluation of zero and low carbon generation and storage technologies, leading critical studies, pilots and demonstrations of emerging zero and low carbon technologies, including hydrogen, carbon capture and sequestration, providing the data from that work to the emerging of those emerging technologies to our modeling group so that they can be accurately modeled for future use.
Turning back to you, Mr. Mitchell, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 37 pages?
Yes.
And did you, Mr. Mitchell, cause to be pre-filed in this docket supplemental testimony consisting of 6 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the panel's direct or to your supplemental testimony at this time?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct and your pre-filed supplemental testimony, would the answers be the same?
Yes.
This panel's direct and your supplemental testimony did not include any confidential information, correct?
Correct.
And did this panel also pre-file a summary of its direct and your supplemental testimony for the commission?
Yes.
Chair Brawley, I would ask that the natural gas and low carbon panel's direct testimony and Mr. Mitchell's supplemental testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct and supplemental testimony.
Okay, the direct testimony of 37 pages is admitted as if given orally from the stand. Supplemental testimony of 6 pages is admitted as if given orally from the stand, and the witness direct and supplemental summary are admitted to the record.
Thank you. The panel is now available for questions from the parties and commission on their direct and supplemental testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Higginbotham. The Clean Energy Buyers Association, CBA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Gonzalo Rodriguez on behalf of the Corporate Energy Buyers Association. I have a few questions for you. I think this will go fairly quickly. Mostly are yes or no questions. So, to level set first, the company is proposing in this plan to an additional 1,111 megawatts of combustion turbine or CT and 2,730 megawatts of CCs by 2033, correct?
That's correct.
And in this panel's testimony, the testimony notes that natural gas generation continues to play an important and growing role in powering the Carolinas for the future, correct?
That's correct.
The panel's testimony also notes that the company is forecasting considerable increases in natural gas consumption versus the last IRP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the testimony also notes that the company will be or proposes to increase its reliance on natural gas, with natural gas providing nearly 50% of total system energy by the mid-2030s, correct?
I believe that's in Appendix C of the IRP and NTAP panel, but that is correct.
Thank you. Let's talk a bit about how the company intends to do that. Now, your testimony discusses the company's firm transportation or FT portfolio. Would it be accurate to say that FT contracts guarantee, except under certain emergencies, certain circumstances, that the holder of that contract receive the natural gas that they contracted?
Yes, firm contracts are firm and except in the case of force majeure, but we have not incurred any force majeures in Transco Zone 5 since I've been doing this, at least a decade. So yes, firm is firm, and we've incurred very sound supply into the Carolinas on our firm transportation contracts.
And this is distinguishable, for example, from interruptible contracts where the supplier or operator can interrupt service in periods of high demand, correct?
Hypothetically, yes, but the company does not traditionally buy interruptible gas.
Now, the company's existing interstate FT portfolio is less than half of the current CC design capacity need, correct?
That is correct. Due to the cancellation of Atlantic Coast Pipeline, we are currently deficient in our firm transportation capacity. However, that will be resolved once the in-service of Transco Southeast Supply Enhancement and MVP Southgate come into service.
Thank you. Now, I'll have a few questions about that shortly. Following up on my last, the company's existing FT portfolio is less than a quarter of the current gas fleet's historical peak gas burn, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And in your testimony, note that the panel notes that, or excuse me, actually, I believe this is in Appendix I, that the increase in natural gas generating capacity has led to adequate natural gas supply being the largest risk, correct?
Yes, during the winter time, when we have scarce supply, specifically currently due to insufficient capacity commission. That is correct.
And the company's ability to bring additional gas supply to the Carolinas via pipelines remains critical to maintaining reliability, correct?
That is correct.
So to sum all of that up, would you agree that the company is proposing to deepen reliance on a fuel for which it assess adequate supply is already the largest risk?
The risk of supply is in the current state. We have a fix to that current state in flight with Transco SSE and MVP Southgate. And as discussed in my direct testimony, the enhanced LNG will also give us more resilience and diversity in that supply in the state of North Carolina.
Now, going back to your mention of the Transco SSE expansion and now MVP Southgate, for the first 3 proposed CCs and the existing CC fleet, the company plans to provide fuel security through the Transco SSE expansion and MVP Southgate, correct?
Currently, we're deficient, as you mentioned, with our existing fleet, firm transportation. The SSE project and the Southgate project will bring that as a whole, give us fuel security for our existing fleet, combined cycle fleet, and support the addition of the first 3 combined cycles to that pool of gas that we supply to the fleet.
And as your testimony notes, both of those projects are needed in service to provide the least cost and most reliable fuel security solution for existing and planned generation, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And any delay to the in-service dates for those projects would constrain Duke's ability to provide the least cost and most reliable fuel security solution, correct?
Yes, sir. And we incurred, look at last winter with Fern, we saw record prices in Zone 5, and that was because of deficient supply. Our customers are hurting because we don't have adequate capacity into the state. And to your point, sir, we have Transco SSE and MVP Southgate that will be in service soon, and that will bring affordability relief to our customers.
Now, in Appendix I acknowledges that new gas pipelines and associated infrastructure have been increasingly challenged by project opponents, affecting the construction and commissioning timing, correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree that these causes for delay, including litigation and execution risks, are generally outside of the company's control?
Yes, obviously, we cannot control what courts do, but I will say, just to take a moment on this commission to make sure you're apprised of what's currently going on. There's 5 lawsuits against the combined projects, 3 against MVP Southgate and 2 against Transco SSE. The company has intervened in all of those dockets. Myself, I've personally written declarations on behalf of the companies, our customers in the state of North Carolina, just trying to say, for the public good, we need this capacity. And so, yes, you are correct that, we do not determine the outcomes of legal proceedings, but we also, commission, aren't sitting on our hands. We're telling the story of why we need this capacity.
Thank you for that. And, I think there is a middle ground, right? Company might not be sitting on its hands, but it's necessarily the case, or would you agree that it's necessarily the case that in this plan, which again proposes to increase Duke's reliance on natural gas, it depends not only on the company's timely building of those facilities, but also on obtaining the associated interstate pipeline expansions in time, correct?
For a least cost plan, you're correct. We need these in service, but the lights won't turn off. What will happen, commission, is we will burn more oil. We will buy more higher priced Transco Zone 5 delivered gas, just like we had to keep the lights on in January. These 2 projects will bring more affordable Appalachian gas to give our customers relief. And, I think it may be noted, look at another pipeline constrained area like the Northeast US. They're having a discussion right now where they've been very anti-pipeline, and now there's 2 proposed projects that are getting momentum up there. they had to use a third of their generation on diesel fuel to keep the lights on during firm. That's not what we want in the Carolinas. We need these projects.
And I think that brings me, transitions me quite well to my last question for you. Were any of you here yesterday, by any chance?
Watching online.
Watching online.
Did you get a chance to watch the testimony of Duke witness Ms. Kendall Bowman?
Yes.
And here I paraphrase since I haven't seen the transcript, but did you hear when Bowman stated that Duke's plan does not expose the company to gas price volatility?
Can you restate exactly how you paraphrased it?
That the company's plan does not expose the company to gas price volatility.
I don't recall her saying that verbatim.
Okay, that was probably not verbatim, but a paraphrase. Based on our discussion today, companies plan to grow its dependence on natural gas. The company's need for several pipeline projects to come to a conclusion within a timely manner. Would you agree with that statement that the company's plan does not expose the company to gas price volatility?
I apologize. I'm not following the question, but I think when we think about energy consumption, specifically electricity consumption, during times of peak demand commission, whatever that incremental resource is, it's a supply and demand function, right? So if you have more demand, prices will rise. It doesn't matter what the commodity is. So yes, there will always be volatility in natural gas. There will always be volatility in power prices. And I would testify power prices across the country are more volatile than natural gas prices. That's something that interveners don't seem to understand. But bottom line is, yes, there will be volatility. However, Transco SSE and VP Southgate, their in service will put downward pressure on price volatility and benefit customer affordability.
Thank you. I don't have anything else, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sigfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, my name is Peter Ledford. I'm here on behalf of the Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rights. I'm just going to direct these questions to the panel, but feel free to answer however is best appropriate. I want to start with a couple of questions about firm transportation. Firm transportation is not the same thing as guaranteed gas. Is that correct?
Can you define guaranteed gas, Mr. Ledford?
Firm transportation does not guarantee that natural gas will be delivered. Is that correct?
Isn't the saying the only thing guaranteed is death and taxes? I mean, no, sir. I don't think firm transportation guarantees in the case of force majeure that a gas will be delivered 100.00% of the time.
And so even if the transportation capacity is reserved, that doesn't mean it's inherently going to arrive.
Sir, I don't know the exact statistic, but I'm happy to testify it's 99.9. I don't know how far 9 that goes out. It's very well documented. We lost 14 megawatts at the peak during Winter Storm Elliott. But in my decade here at the company in natural gas, there has been very, very rare circumstances where we have not had firm transportation deliver.
But firm transportation, that does not include the actual commodity itself. That does not include the methane molecule. Is that accurate?
Firm transportation is a capacity right on a pipeline. But to the point, the natural gas molecule is a separate commodity.
Right. And you have to compete with other off-takers to purchase those actual commodities. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't define the word compete as being appropriate. We have a very well-proven procurement program where we layer in over time. So most of our gas, specifically for firm transportation, we buy in advance.
But it's purchased separately. We can agree that.
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to switch gears now to the enhanced liquid natural gas proposal. On page 15 of your testimony, you testify that Duke plans for a 6-year timeline for new combined cycle projects. Do you recall that testimony?
That's mine, yes.
Okay. And does that 6 years include the time necessary to construct the ELNG?
Yes.
And so on page 17 of your testimony, you testify about all the various work streams associated with building new gas generation. Are there additional work streams associated with building the ELNG?
So I would just say, I mean, there's different work streams here. Gas supply would be one of those work streams.
And ELNG falls within gas supply work
Right.
stream. Okay. Are there any ELNG facilities in commercial operation?
You're moving to my rebuttal testimony, but there's over 170 LNG facilities that have different use cases, and ours would be just a different use case.
So I understand, but I'm still focused on your direct testimony. Are there any enhanced LNG facilities akin to what Duke is proposing in operation?
As I believe I state in my direct testimony, what we're proposing in the ELNG, again, we're here about a generic modeling assumption. The underlying, that has a third-party rate quote. That is the third-party assumption there. That is what the model is using. But that third-party assumption does not use any new technologies.
So can you point me to any examples of an LNG facility that is only serving a combined cycle power plant?
I believe we had in my direct supplemental testimony, we talked about Everett LNG and how that serves a power plant up in Massachusetts while it was in service. But I will say, I think one thing that's been misconstrued by interveners here is we modeled an intrastate ELNG service commission. So we're not saying that that is directly at the power plant. It ultimately could be, but this is part of an intrastate system. When you look at those 170 plus LNG facilities across the country, many of them are in the same configuration and ultimately serve natural gas generation. Again, natural gas is a commodity. It coming out of the LNG tank, it is the same commodity you would get outside of a pipeline.
So I think you're actually misconstruing where I'm trying to go with this. So if you would let me ask the questions and then you could answer, that would be appreciated. Are there any ELNG facilities that are currently under construction?
So the connotation of enhanced firm transportation and enhanced liquefied natural gas, EFT is a industry-wide, very common across multiple pipelines, where all it says is firm transportation, and then it has enhanced services. So that could say,
And I don't believe that I asked about enhanced.
Sorry, I don't think we finished his
Trying
question.
to get to my point, Mr. Leffert. So enhanced firm transportation, all it is a firm transportation service with enhanced services to that. So more flexibility, for example. That's all ELNG is. It is an LNG system with enhanced flexibility. So to Mr. Ledford's question, has anyone had a quote unquote ELNG service? Not to my knowledge. Does that mean that the capabilities of enhanced LNG are not inherent in any of those 170 facilities across the country? I'm not sure, Commission, but I am sure about the technology we brought before in the generic assumption.
So I appreciate that. And I just want to compare and contrast, because what I'm hearing you say is that Duke could be a first mover on ELNG. You just said that there were none other in operation in the country. However, Duke wants to be a second mover on nuclear. Is it accurate that Duke wants to be a first mover on ELNG?
No, sir, that's apples and oranges. If you look at nuclear, you're talking about technology. This is not a technology risk because we're not looking to use any technology that's not in existence today.
And yet you can't point me to where it's in operation in the facility in the manner that Duke is proposing.
We have in Discovery numerous examples of the size and scale and units that we have in the underlying assumption in operation.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Environmental defense.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mitchell, I believe I heard you say that you've been part of the company for about a decade. Is that right?
Since 2013.
And how long have you been a part of the fuel strategy group?
I was moved into this role in 2020.
Okay. And I recall you testifying in the commission before. That's right. Right. Have you testified in front of the commission before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about how Duke's actions with respect to fuel strategy have evolved since you've been involved with that team since 2020?
Sure. Thank you for the question. You know, when I came into this role, Atlantic Coast Pipeline had just been canceled commission. And we were looking forward and we saw, you know, not as much growth as we do today, but ultimately, you know, the coal generation ultimately will have a day where it's no longer with us. And we had a need for both our existing gas generation and future gas generation on the horizon. So fuel strategy's role was, how are we going to bring more molecules into North Carolina to affordably and reliably support existing future generation? And that's not a fast moving proposition. And Mountain Valley Pipeline, you know, did stay the course and ultimately got into service in 2024. We moved quickly, and Transco SSC and MVP Southgate, which are both under construction today, you know, they were made possible because of that MVP in service. So the criticality of that pipeline really gave us to where we need to be for affordable and reliable generation through that third combined cycle. And today, when we're looking at CCs 4 and 5, enhanced liquefied natural gas is being brought before this commission today, not for an approval. We're looking for the modeling assumption. We're looking to say, we're having 1.7 billion cubic feet of firm transportation, most of that coming from Appalachia, the lowest cost molecule in the country for a dry gas region. And we want to optimize that, and we want to secure that in the state of North Carolina. And that's where the fuel strategy has evolved to, sir. We've gotten the pipe capacity into the state that we needed, and now we're trying to get the storage in the state we think is required.
And has the evolution of that strategy, has it been driven in any part by an increased need for more natural gas in Duke's system?
Yes, sir. I would, just as discussed, you know, the need for CC 4 and 5 increases the overall need for fuel supply, which we are proposing ELNG as a way to meet that need.
And what percentage of Duke's current generation fleet is natural gas firing?
So I believe it's approximately the co-firing generation and includes, I don't know if you want to include that, but I think CCCT, it's a little over 10 gigawatts, and we have about 35 gigawatts, so a little under a third. Is that right? But Nastanisha?
Right. Well, what I have handy is North Carolina located generation, but we've got 10.5 gigawatts between CCs and CTs located in North Carolina at a 26.1 gigawatts.
Thank you. And from what I read in the direct testimony, that natural gas piece of the pie grows to nearly 50% of total system energy by the mid 2030s. Is that right?
I believe that was already asked and answered. I believe the NTAP and IRP panel has that in their sponsored Appendix C.
Yeah, I was referring to your testimony on page 25, lines 11 and 12, which is why I brought it up with you, but I will make sure to also ask them about this.
Yes.
And that you further testified, again, page 25, lines 10 and 11, that natural gas generation unit capacity factors have significantly increased from the 2023 CPIRP. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And that the company's own plan projects that ratepayers will become dependent on a single fuel source, natural gas, for nearly half of their electricity needs within the next decade, correct?
I would not phrase it that way. I think you would need to talk to the IRP and NTAP panel for the least cost plan to fulfill customers' needs.
Right, but you did testify that nearly 50% of total system energy will come from the natural gas firing system.
As from Appendix C from the modeling results of the least cost plan for our customers.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unfair to say that based on your testimony, nearly half of the electricity needs will be provided by natural gas the next decade. Isn't that right?
Again, based off the modeling results from the IRP panel, that is the least cost plan.
And again, on page 25, you testified the companies are currently analyzing the fuel security considerations of fleet, given considerable forecasted increases in natural gas consumption versus the last IRP, correct?
That is correct.
Doesn't that statement acknowledge that the company themselves have not fully assessed the fuel security risks, the unprecedented level of natural gas dependence being imposed on the ratepayers?
No, sir. We're constantly, checking, adjusting, looking at fuel supply needs. The load moves up and down. And here recently in the last year or two, as the IRP panel and, the prior panel to us discussed, there's multiple scenarios for the future. So when we look into the future, we want to make sure we can accommodate whatever scenario that is.
Yesterday, and I'm at a loss as to who testified, but subject to check, a Duke witness testified as to the need for a diverse set of generation resources. Is that consistent with what you're understanding the company's plan is for a diverse set of resources?
So I believe it was Witness Holman. And, I'm here testifying on fuel supply, and Witness Donishad, feel free to follow up if you have anything to add. But that's kind of the point of ELNG Commission is, public staff acknowledges this in several different filings outside this docket. But, we are in a state here in North Carolina where we have one interstate pipeline that serves the majority of our needs. And most states don't have that situation. And good news is we do have MVP Southgate coming to bring some diversity. But if you look over time, we want to bring more diversity. We don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. And we see ELNG as being that critical, diverse, in-state supply that can help meet reliability needs as we have increased natural gas consumption.
And ELNG and piped gas have similar functionalities, right? I mean, for gas firing plants, they're functionally the same thing, correct?
Essentially, yes, sir.
So when we talk about diversity, you're talking about diversity of supply, but you're not talking about diversity of generation for ratepayers, right?
I wouldn't couch it that way. I think when you think about a peak day and when natural gas is needed the most, 6 a.m. during a polar vortex, ELNG would give us a third option. We would have Transco, we would have MVP Southgate, we would have LNG. So it would give us diverse way to keep the lights on when our customers need it the most.
But wouldn't it also be subject to any sort of volatility in the natural gas market?
I think that's the beauty of ELNG Commission. When you think about what we're trying to do, it's really no different than what the LDCs do with LNG. We're just enhancing that functionality. But just to be crystal clear, this is no different than an LDC putting low-cost gas in April or May for consumption at a period when it's 95 degrees or 25 degrees. And the great news with MVP Southgate and Transco SSC is we've built a plan where we have access to low-cost Appalachian molecules for our customers. So, you have a beautiful April day, we may not use all those molecules. So what can we do? We can put those in the LNG storage tank and use that on the peak day. So it absolutely reduces volatility for customers.
Is Duke's working assumption, and I know you're working on generic pricing for now, but is the working assumption that the ELNG will be less expensive than piped gas?
I don't know what you mean pipe gas, but I'll try to help you out here. So the IRP panel, so you can ask them about the analysis they did, commission, they compared what is the least cost, FT or ELNG And the result for the customer was ELNG is least cost.
My apologies. I say piped gas. I mean, gas comes through the pipeline.
You're good.
So, and the reason I ask this, and I will certainly ask the modeling panel that when we talk about this diversity that it offers, from what my read of it, unless it's less expensive than piped gas, it doesn't necessarily offer customer upside unless you're looking at it in a binary sense of just either the FT or the ELNG and no other resources are considered. Is that am I understanding this right? Is it simply within the constraints of the natural gas firing system where that diversity helps?
I'm not sure your question there, but I'll try to help you out here again. We're not proposing ELNG commission to replace another resource. We're not saying we should do ELNG instead of batteries or solar or anything like that. What we're simply saying is we think ELNG is a least cost, more reliable alternative for where we are in the portfolio versus acquiring incremental interstate firm transportation. We think we have a cost reduction opportunity here for customers through ELNG, and that's what we're trying to displace is incremental firm transportation.
Okay, I think I got what I needed there. If you pardon me for 1 second, go through and make sure I don't have any more. I did want to bring up a couple of questions about the lawsuits that were referenced. You mentioned that you've written declarations and participated in some way, shape, or form in lawsuits that the company's involved in. You do understand that your participation in those lawsuits doesn't necessarily mean they'll fall in your favor, correct?
Absolutely. I'm not an attorney. I'm not here to speculate on litigation, but I listened in like many did to the hearings, and especially the last Transco SSE Fourth Circuit, they referenced things that we spoke about in our declaration. So I can't speculate on what those judges may or may not take into consideration, but I'm being, what I'm want to clarify is, again, we are trying to speak on behalf of our company and our customers on the need for these projects. And we are partaking in these. And it should be noted, Commission, that the 5 lawsuits, 4 had requests for stays. 1, there has not been a request for stays, but those 4 that did have requests for stays, they've all been denied.
Mr. Smith, are you
Yep,
done?
so I apologize, Chair. I'm going through, I'm knocking questions off in my head quickly. All right, last set of questions here. The third-party estimates used for the ELNG. It's fair to state that the generic third-party estimates could end up being a different number than what you all are assuming them to be now. Is that right?
Could you please restate your question?
Sure. You're using pricing that's based on generic assumptions for ELNG. And at some point, that assumption will become the actual price. Isn't that right?
Correct. We're not bringing forth a price for approval. We have a generic assumption, like every other generic assumption in this plan.
And it's possible that the generic assumption could be a different price when it's actually the purchases are actually made. Isn't that right?
I think that's the case for any resource in this plan.
And if the ELNG costs exceed those generic estimates, the excess costs would still be passed through to ratepayers like any other generic pricing that undercuts what the actual pricing is. Isn't that right?
Again, I feel like it might be more appropriate for another panel, but I'd say that's for anything in this plan.
That's right. And considering this is with respect to, understanding the disagreement on whether this is a first of its kind or not, would you agree that since it is a relatively new technology, that generic pricing estimates are potentially more risky to ratepayers?
Absolutely not, Commission. And I know we don't want to get too deep into rebuttal testimony, but I think I spell out in rebuttal testimony why it's not risky.
All right, I'll save the rest for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Somaleski, you've reserved 40. Do you think you're going to need all of that?
Sure, Brawley. I think I was guesstimating on the safe side.
Uh-huh.
And I think the other panelists ticked off a lot of the questions already. But I am planning to move us into confidential and highly confidential session. So it might be fortuitous that that happens at the end of the day, so we don't interrupt the flow. With that said, I'm requesting grace as I try to check through my non-confidential questions to make sure I'm not duplicative. But I think I can do it. But also, again, grace if I disappoint.
All right, sir. I'm not sure exactly what you're telling me here, but it sounds like it's that. It's that.
I'm.
Well, that's all right. We've had a lot of discussion today about the fallibility of forecasting. All right, we'll go forward, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I was considering the possibility of risking that NC Warren's 10 minutes would only be 20. And that would wind us up at 5, and we could start clean tomorrow with you having all the flexibility that you needed.
Well, like I said, I know for a fact I'm going to take us into confidential session. I think
Yes, sir.
that might be better if I can just try to get that in before the end of the day. And then
All
pick
right,
up
sir.
that flow tomorrow.
We'll go forward.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Justin Somolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Panel, thank you for your testimony and pre-filed materials. I am going to do my best not to be duplicative, but Mr. Mitchell, I do believe that it's been asked and answered multiple times about whether or not LNG is a new technology, but regardless of whether it is new, according to page 5 of Appendix I, the companies are asserting that they are planning to use these existing technologies in an innovative manner. Is that fine?
That is correct.
And you did correctly identify Witness Holman as a quote from another question, so I'm going to assume you saw his testimony yesterday. Have you heard him say that operational experience helps achieve reliability or something to that effect?
I think you're paraphrasing fairly, but I don't think it's a fair comparison to what we're talking about here. First, that's kind of I can't remember who said it, trying to compare the European electrical system to the American electrical system. That's comparing natural gas operations to electrical operations. So very different.
So, but just to clarify, Duke Energy does not currently operate an LNG storage facility intrastate.
Duke Energy Carolinas does not operate. However, Piedmont Natural Gas does, PSNC does, Transco does, and a couple of municipalities do.
So Piedmont aside, you listed other parties that are not Duke subsidiaries, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think I am gonna ask you all to, I apologize. Gabriel, I'm just gonna approach to give my binder. Mr. Mitchell, can you turn to NCSEA potential cross exhibit 24?
I believe I'm there.
Thank you. And potential cross exhibit 24, can you identify it as NCSEA data request 59?
That is correct.
Thank you. Chair Brawley, at this time, I would like to ask that NCSEA potential cross exhibit 24 be marked as NCSEA cross natural gas and low carbon fuels panel direct supplemental exhibit 1 and be moved into the record.
Okay, it is identified and without objection is admitted to the record.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, can you read this question? Can you please read the Q&A to 59A?
Sure. Just to be clear, this was not answered by me in the first time I'm seeing this. But it's starting with A, the question, what ELCC did the company assign to a generic gas plant without a firm capacity contract? Which I'm not sure what that means, but we'll get there in a second. The response was generic gas units have an ELCC of 1.0 as discussed in Appendix I, and the companies are planning for fuel security for all new gas resources through firm transportation, ELNG, or backup fuel on ultra-low sulfur diesel. As such, all generic gas resources assume fuel security, and the companies do not model any generic gas without fuel security assumptions.
So understanding this is a question I could also ask to another panel, would you understand that a generic gas unit ELCC of 1 is the equivalent of a 100% capacity factor?
I think I know where you're going and how this responded to. And again, I'm not the expert on this commission, but I do believe there's a GADS enhancement they do to that to take into account any historical forced or unforced outages. And specific to what I am here about with fuel supply, as I stated earlier, we have a 99.9, I'm not sure how far out that goes, gas deliverability. So any discount to that due to firm supply not being available has been taken into account in that historical GADS data.
Thank you. I'll save the other questions for the IRP NTAP panel regarding the other language in there, except for this. It talks about assuming fuel security through firm transportation, LNG. Can a gas asset be reliable without fuel security?
Are you specifying any fuel security?
I am asking any fuel security based on the 3 examples, whether enumerated, whether that's firm transportation, LNG, or low sulfur.
I don't think we would bring a plan in front of this commission without fuel security plans for a new or existing generation asset. But I think the critical point there is those different things that were just listed are in harmony, right? We rely on the market, we rely on firm transportation, we have natural gas. At certain periods, we have to look at that on-site fuel. And that could be for economic reasons, it could be for liability reasons, but that on-site diesel fuel is there for a reason, and that's to keep the lights on.
Thank you. So fuel security supports reliability.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair Brawley, this is where I think I'm just going to move into the confidential session to get the other exhibits I would like to move into the record.
Okay, so at this point, we need to clear the room of everybody who hasn't signed the proper documentation. Do we know? Well, if you don't know if you're okay to listen to the confidential, you're not okay to listen to the confidential.
So Chair Brawley, just for clarification, we did circulate a docket-specific NDA for parties to this proceeding. We have some comprehensive NDAs as well with certain parties. So I would ask that anyone who's not covered under one of those documents, please.
Okay, well, I'm going to rely on the people in this room knowing who is okay, but I do want to protect confidentiality. And this is also a point where we will no longer be broadcasting online. Is that correct? To my technical guy?
Yes.
resolve the naming conventions, and then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.